Hey yo, so I'm checking connection and all that other stuff. The reason I came on just a tad bit early. And we trying something different with the music today. Just so that I can upload this and post it to YouTube. What is this? I don't know what that is. So welcome to Sunday Sewing Service. We're about to get started here in about a little bit. Making sure I'm on live. There you go. That's interesting. There are more people I can see. Oh, it's added up. So I'm on my phone as well. So I will be in the chat just saying hey to everyone. If you do not follow my backup page, please follow my backup page. It is right there. Let me see if I can pin that comment. Pin this comment. There we go. So please definitely follow my backup page. It will help me so that I can have multiple screens to go live with in the future. So I'm at like 5:15. I know I need to post over there some more. But I'm just hanging out early. Today for Sunday service, we are sewing Know Me 2041. We are doing the shorts here. And I am using this kind of burnt orange linen. It's a linen blend I got from Joanne. And machine wise, if you hadn't seen my video, I am using, let's see, I'll just push it down. So I'm going to go all the way vintage today. We are using, this is a machine by Morse. It's called a Fotomatic Series 3. Probably from the 60s, mid 60s or so. But what's great about this machine is it does everything I would need it to do for today. So it is a straight stitch, has a zigzag, and it also does a buttonhole, which I think I showed on live not too long ago. And as you can see yourself in the mirror. But yeah, so this is the machine I will be using today. The feet I will be using along with this. So I have the straight stitch plate on currently with my straight stitch foot. But I also have, thank you all so much for the likes. Definitely, please feel free to share this live. But also, I will be planning to post this on YouTube afterwards. That's my plan. So when I do lives, that's my plan. So we're changing up the music a little bit so that I can make sure we ain't getting no copyright strikes or anything like that. So this is copyright-free music, just in the background for a little background noise as we keep on going. But let me go back to the feet. So I have a straight stitch foot on my machine currently. Hey, Cynthia. I'm also going to use this foot, which is, it looks like your regular normal zigzag foot, but this layer under here allows for room to do your buttonholes with. I will be using my adjustable zipper foot. And this is a vintage foot to sew on buttons with. And of course I have my my regular zigzag plate to go along with this machine. Now in terms of other notions that you need for this pattern, so we are doing view B, which are the shorts. So for that, what I have is I have about like 2 yards of a 1-inch cotton webbing to use as the belt that is in the pants. Then we have a parachute buckle, which can accommodate for 1 inch. So we have this. These pants also call for elastic, so I have this as well. So I have gone and like serged all my pieces. All that is together. So now what we're about to get started with is the pattern. So again, welcome everyone to Black Sewing Network's Sunday service. This is our time every Sunday that we do just get together, do a pattern and stuff like that. I don't know if anybody's joining me today, so y'all might just get me. So feel free to ask questions in the chat and everything like that. If there are other people who will be sewing this pattern with me today, please reach out, feel free, so that I can add you up and we can sew this together if you have 100 followers. Hey, Denise. Or 1,000, not 100, my bad. 1,000 followers. But yeah, this should be overall, knock on something wood, pretty simple. Pretty simple. I've done, like I said, I've done some prep work for today. I've gone ahead and serged all of my pieces, except for, like, this is the top of the pair of pants. But everything else is basically serged and pretty much ready to go. So yeah, it should be pretty simple. I'm planning to press my seams open. Hey Pamela. And we're gonna go from there. So to start us today, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start looking at the instructions. We're gonna start with a little bit of prep work. That's what I like to call it. Or if you know chefing terms, we're gonna make our mise en place. We're gonna do all of our prep work first. It makes when you get down to the real sewing of it, it just makes it simpler if you do all of your fiddly bits and stuff first, and then you can really just get into sewing. So we're gonna start. We're gonna take both of our front pieces. Make sure I have them. Yep. So we're gonna take our front pieces and we're gonna stay stitch across the top. And I usually do that a little bit less than, hey Karen, a little bit less than 5/8 of an inch. And we're just going to stay stitch that. This will help to make sure, because our top is usually on a bias. So this just makes sure that nothing's going to stretch out of place as we are making our garment. Let me check my seam allowance because this just feels mad wide. And what's weird is that, of course, I do not have, I'm going to do around 15 stitches per inch. So it's a pretty small stitch. I can go larger. We'll go to about 12, 13. There we go. Hey, Joy. So when I'm using my vintage machine, I sink my needle into my fabric first, just to make sure that I don't lose my, I don't lose the start of my stitch. Sometimes when you just kind of go in and start your machine, especially with a vintage machine, if you are running your machine too fast or do not have a long enough tail of your thread, it will de-thread itself. So what y'all up to this Sunday? I don't know. This morning, I didn't go to church today. I just felt like we're going to have a quiet Sunday. And my partner was like, yeah, you don't need to come. I was like, oh, don't tell me twice. Sometimes you need to take a Sabbath. So I took a Sabbath today. All right, so I'm about to do the same on this side. Cynthia, what was the question I see using? And thank you so much for the people in the comments. Please alert me if you see any big questions or anything like that. Are you using your AccuQuill? All right. Way to make me jealous. Thank you. Now, when I run this machine fast, it sounds like a lot. But overall, compared to other machines, this machine is super quiet, so, which is nice. You posted a video for the pattern, very cool. All right. So, I went ahead and, so yeah, this is even just as a, yes. So of my vintage, I think this is one of my favorites. I realize that vintage machines, I do love a lot of my Japanese vintage, even though I just got a Italian vintage that I'm waiting to arrive. It's not a Necchi, it's a Vigarelli, badged as a Noco. In which Noco has an interesting history if you learn about it, because he was kind of shady and telling people he was a dealer when technically he wasn't. So, always fun. I'm going to do the same on my back pieces as well. I'm just going to go ahead. Hello, HB Black Rose. Do all my pieces. So, you know what? Me and the Rocketeer, again. there are certain machines. Every machine has its own personality. Me and a Rocketeer do not get along whatsoever. Do you hear me? Whatsoever do we get along. I don't know why. But yeah, we do not see eye to eye. I used to have one. That was one of the other like first vintage machines that I ever purchased. And when I tell you it did not like me, it does. Reminds me of a vintage car. It's beautiful. It just, as soon as I started it, and I took it to the shop, I went and had a spa day. Literally, I had never had a quality stitch coming from it. Ordered my new cording foot. All right. And they're too short. So the cording foot is too short. So probably what ended up happening is that you ended up getting a low shank foot if the foot is too short. So you probably end up getting a low shank foot instead of a high shank foot. What you can do is you can order a high shank adapter so that it will be able to fit into place. So you like screw it into the adapter and then screw the adapter into your foot. Hey, Dr. Hale. Welcome everyone to Sunday Sewing Service. Again, we are sewing. Hey, Sew Me. We are sewing Donny Q's Know Me pattern. This is part of our summer series of sewing all the Know Me patterns. I know. Honestly, I need somebody to make a vintage machine that just has, like, that is perfect for garments and just has the basics. I don't need much else. And sometimes, like, metal. And the reason I have this one, because there's another one with all of this. It can get a little confusing sometimes. Like, I have to make sure that my stuff is completely separated around vintage. But I got this machine compared to other ones. I had other ones that had fancier models than this. And what I found is that this one was metal, all metal. So even like the things to do the buttonholes and stuff were metal compared to other machines. Hey, Courtney. But yeah, so I have many modern machines. But this one is just still one of my favorites. So when I get a chance, when other machines are put up, because usually the biggest thing I'm getting used to is that this machine, of course, is a lot smaller than my like modern machines, because I have bigger machines and they sit up higher, everything like that. So just getting used to sitting, probably I need to do like that, sitting lower and everything like that is a little bit different. Hey, welcome to Sunday Sewing Service, everyone. So I have gone ahead and done all of my my stay stitching for the top so that my tops do not get all messed up out of place. What I would then go ahead and do is I will start working on my pockets, my pocket flaps for my back pockets. So now if you are doing the pants version, there's also a front leg like patch pocket, but I'm just doing the back ones. I'm well. How are you? So to get us started, what I've done is, of course, I've gone ahead and searched all my edges around. I did not search this top edge, but I'm going to turn this down 1/4 of an inch. But then what I went ahead and did is I went ahead and did a line of stitching at the seam allowance, so where I know where I'm going to fold it back. So once I've done that, I'm then going to go in and we're going to clip this curve so that it makes it easier for us when we have to go and press it. Do you do one-on-one classes for beginners? I do. So message me because I do those online. I can do one-on-one classes and stuff. We can do it through Zoom or Google Meet. And we can talk about my rate and stuff off here. But how's everyone Sunday going? Everyone having a good Sunday? Everyone's staying out of trouble? Are people excited for the week ahead? I know I'm not. I just realized the other day that I'm about to have to start going into my office more, and starting in September. So I'm like, crap, only got a few more weeks to just be chill at home. I'm not looking for, like, on Mondays. And yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. But my Sunday today is chill. We were nice and chill today. Yeah, the sale ended yesterday. Like, they've been, so Joann's has really been kind of doing something tricky now. So you have to look at these things. So sometimes they will extend the sale, but for recently they've been going from Thursday to Saturday instead of going into Sunday, which sucks. But so outside of here, I work in philanthropy. So I am a community, I work in community engagement for urban and suburban areas for a regional health philanthropic organization here. All right, so I have gone to, what I'm about to go ahead and do is I'm going to go over to my iron, and this top edge, I'm going to fold over 1/4 of an inch. Once I do that, I'm then going to, using my pattern piece, mark where I need to make my full fold and fold that with right sides together. All right, so we're going to unplug you, and you're going to come and travel with me real fast. And I ain't even get dressed or fancy today, because again, I'm just chilling at home. If you go check on my like it, it's a pattern that I really enjoy, so I want people to definitely know about it, especially if you're looking for interesting and different menswear. All right, so first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to take my iron. I'm using a gravity feed iron. This is a Naomoto iron. I have my Laura Stars and stuff too, but right now, me and Gravity Feed, we working it out. So and please let me know, is anybody else supposed to be coming up with me today? So especially for pants, if I can, I like to get metal zippers. What I did was I went ahead and I folded over that 1/4 of an inch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to top stitch that along that edge. And then we're going to take it back to the machine and just fold it right sides together like this. And we're just going to tack this down on either side. So I'll take this back over and we'll do that. Make sure my iron is off the ironing board, because this is the iron that does not turn off unless I do it. And so, especially with a lot of, this is one of the reasons why you can buy parts for a lot of your gravity feed irons, because like the thermostats and stuff, they can melt as the iron gets extremely hot. Ask me how I know. Hey Sabrina, how are you? Hope you're well. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this little piece here and I'm just going to top stitch that down, and you're not going to see it. So, oh, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Thank you for the hand hearts. You know, I gotta do my AI voice when we do that. Thank you for the hand heart. Oh, well, welcome, Louie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Sunday Service So Along with Black Sewing Network. We're a pretty chill group over here, expressing Black joy through creativity and sewing. So, usually it was started by a lady named Carmen, or Cag the Mag, over here on the TikToks. But there are multiple different sewists, and we just have a good time. So you are more than welcome. Right, where's Tydry? Because that's her thing, but you know. So we both in Ohio, I had to rep for her. All right, so what I went ahead and did, let me get the needle out. I went ahead and did that little top stitching, and then I folded it right sides together. So this is the right side, I folded this down, and we are just going to stitch down this edge, just to make sure that this flap is caught, and then we're going to turn it out kind of like a pillow. And because I did that, like the pre-stitching of my seam line, it does make it super simple to follow that to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Of course, we remove pins over here because we don't sew over pins. Hello, Nicole. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna bring you down just a tad bit so that you can see everything. The reason I have this this foot on that I'm using is because I wanted to use it for top stitching, but it's not showing me the love I want. But we're gonna keep it on for at least right now. It's always difficult because this machine is not made for like a straight stitch foot, so it has larger feed dogs. So the feed dogs that it has is really not getting a lot. See me. Because even like why is this being so dumb? There we go. Are we on? Hey, Catherine. Hey, little star. Or little sisters, I'm sorry. Hey, Shishi. Okay. Am I here? Can y'all see me? Let me know. We're gonna roll with it. If I'm out, if it keeps on going in and out, okay, cool. I'm in the basement. This is what we get sometimes. And I can turn off and only focus on Wi-Fi. I can do it cellular. And my cellular, like I have Verizon, and it has just started to suck in my house. But anyhoodles, I went ahead and I changed over my foot. So that was my biggest thing. I changed over my foot because it just makes it easier to sew. Stuff like this. Because it just gives more for the feed dogs to grip due to the size of the feed dogs that I'm using. So it makes it easier, like just to do my backing stitches. Hey, Joshy. You know what? I ain't talked to Joshy in a while. Because I know she would not come live with me if I try to get her to go live with me. As I tried to get her to go live with me the other day and she decided she didn't want to. So now, I have done my pocket and everything like that. I'm well. How are you? I'm going to go ahead and clip off these corners just so that it will make it easier for me to turn it. So, this is what it's going to look like. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn that in just like that. All right. So this will be the inside of your pocket. If you wanted to, you can go ahead and top stitch this down. I ain't worried about it. I am going to go press it. And then as I'm pressing it, I'm going to press right next to up to that seam line there, all the way around my pocket, just so that I can get my pocket ready to go. So back to the iron we go. Well, thank you so much I don't even think I have the team stuff set up. If I do, y'all gotta let me know. But here, we'll do that. Let's add a goal for the day. Confirm. Go. Oh, thank y'all. Y'all are so nice. So nice to me. Thank you so much. Y'all are so nice. I do appreciate y'all, for real. All right. All right, so I've started to go ahead and just literally press in all of my seam allowance just at the seam edge. And then as we get to this curve where I've already clipped, I'm gonna do the same thing up to that stitching line. And we're gonna take our time. Because, you know, especially this is where it can really start to look, people's curves and stuff start to look janky because it don't look like the way you want to. So take your time. Just do a little bit at a time. Give it a good press. Use steam. Steam is important. I also have my clapper here so I can go ahead and use my clapper as well just to provide a bit of pressure to that. Hey, K-Bella. Hey, everyone. All right, so we're going to continue on to the other side. Burning the shit out of my hand. My God, it's hot. That's the only thing about having a good iron. It lets you know hell is real. You hear me? Oh, thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. So we're almost done here. Again, I'm just taking my time. There we go. So that's all nice and pressed. Here's the pocket itself. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this over to our pants and we're going to go ahead and I've already made the marks on my pants where this pocket is supposed to go. We're going to pin this on just to keep there like as a placeholder. And then we're going to start working on the flaps that go on top. And we don't want to do too much to this yet because I still have to put on the actually, let's go ahead and do that first. I still have to put on the hook and loop tape. So for the hook and loop tape, I'm using it calls for 3/4 of an inch hook and loop tape. And I'm using the sew on version because child, that stick on, we don't do that. I used that on a project before. I made it years ago. That shit's still sticky. We don't do that. So yeah, so we have the two different pieces. Let me see how big these pieces need to be. Cut one piece of hook and loop tape to fit within the solid lines on the pocket. Separate the tape. Mine's already came separated, but we will put a little piece of the tape together. Hey, Tydry. You missed me being an AI for a hot second. I mean a hot second. Like fish grease hot second. But again, you know, thank you for the hand heart. We don't knock nobody's money. You know, I just did a little something. All right, so I'm gonna do this in an inch strip. biggest thing is just to make sure that they're the same size. Now, this, we are going to put, I'm trying to think, do I want to go this way or this way? And this can go anywhere. Trying to figure out which one side goes up, which side goes down. We're gonna put stickier, like the grabber on the main pocket body. Okay. And I'm putting it up top in my little spot up here. Cause let me see. So does it cover that? Okay, it covers that. All right, so I'm gonna actually put it about in the middle of this. So what I'm gonna do first, I'm gonna mark my centers. So I'm about to know where the center of this is. I'm gonna use my friction pen and we're gonna go down the line there, just like that. So we have a little mark where that's supposed to go. And there we go. And we're just going to literally sew it on close to the edge. Just make sure that I have the center there. Yep, there you go. And child, I keep on trying to move my knee like there's a knee lift there. Help me, Holy Ghost. Oh, thank you so much for the finger hearts. Greatly appreciated. One more stitch. There we go. There we go. One more stitch. All right, so that is on. So now I can go ahead and pin this one fully to the back of my pocket and keep it moving. Hey, Lady D. And what I'm doing now is I'm just going through and making sure I'm clipping some of these threads so I just ain't got a whole bunch of threads in my pocket. Normally, I'll be doing all of this. But, you know, when you work with linen, there's certain fabrics you just kind of want to up your game for. So there we go. So we up in games today. All right. So then we're going to take our front piece, or our back piece. I'm sorry. Let's see what piece this is. This is a front. Is this a front? Yep, that's a front. Linen is lovely. Linen is one of them fabrics that just got you having you feeling all zesty and special. All right, so I have placed my marks. So we have two sets of marks. We have this bottom mark is for the pocket itself. This top mark is to line up the what's it called? The flap. There we go. I'm losing words, man. And I took my vitamins. Now, have I eaten today? Nope. Am I hungry, though? Nope. This is so interesting. All right. So we're just lining this up, making sure that it's all correct here. Hey, Dejanay, how are you? All right. So we have the pocket here, and of course all of this will get caught under when we do that bit. But I just needed this to be placed on the pocket. And I've already done it to this one itself as well. What I am going to go ahead and do is I need to go ahead and put on my little thing as well. Oh, I know portions are important. It's not even sometimes about the portions. It'd be about the just not hungry. Or when I get hungry, I rush. I don't want to think about what I have to make to eat. So I usually I'm gonna use my other little piece. This is what happens. Here it is. Put this down to size. Take this piece. There you go. And I'm going to fold this in half. I can mark it. There we go. Another way you can do it, of course, is you can make a little, the tiniest little snip mark in there, just so that you know that you have the center of your, center of everything kind of works together. All right. So then we're just going to throw this on. One more stitch down. There you go. And what I can tell from using this machine, I'm going to make sure I give it a nice drink of oil before I end today. Make sure it's just getting all the oil it needs. All right, so then now that this one is done, I'm going to go ahead and pin this back onto the other pant back. Hey, Anna. Thank you so much for sharing the live. There we go. And thank you everyone for joining us. This is for our Sunday sewing Sunday service sew along with Black Sewing Network. I am Julian of Julian Creates, and today we are sewing Know Me pattern 2041. We're doing view B. So my back pocket is on, or is pinned on. So now we're going to start working on the flaps. So for the flaps, there will be 2 flaps, one for each pocket. So each one gets a piece that is interfaced. And a piece that is plain, right sides together. And we're going to sew this together at 5/8 of an inch. And then once we finish up with these plackets, we'll turn these out, make sure we give them a good press, of course. Then we can start focusing on top stitching down these pocket pieces and go to doing the front pockets. Once the front pockets are done, then we'll do the zipper and sew up sew them up. I mean, for a pair of shorts, this ain't bad. So again, my plate does not have a, you know what? We're just about to make this easier for me right now. We are just I'm gonna take off my straight stitch plate so I don't forget nothing, and we can keep it moving. I'm going to just put in my, this is my zigzag plate. Hey Kizzy, how are you? There we go. That's all. That slides in pretty easily. Of course, hold on just 1 second. There we go. Make sure I grab that bobbin thread to the top. And again, this is just I love working on vintage machines because it's just one of those things that they just work. They just work the way you want them to work, or at least that's for me. This is like when I use these machines when I just want to be meditative and just chill out. Same to you. I hope you're having a great Sunday. All right. So these are pinned together. And especially what you can see here is that, especially when you're ironing on stuff, sometimes they do get a little bit misshapen. So one side is bigger than the other. What I do, I don't fret about it. I take a pair of scissors. And I just I make sure my pattern piece is all lined up. And this is a little bit extra here on one side. I'm just gonna take my little scissors just at the sewing machine. And we're gonna trim that up. So I keep, this is why you keep, so what years are considered vintage? So technically, if you're looking at the definition, anything over 25 years old is vintage. Anything over, I wanna say is 30 or 40 is considered antique. For machines, I like to think of it as anything like mid-century is vintage. Anything that is like 100 years old or older is antique for machines. So all of my machines, I keep cork underneath them as a sound detonator, but also as a huge pin cushion. So these are just those cork tiles that you can get at a store, and I keep them all on all my tables under my machines, all my portable machines. You can get them at the dollar store. It's just is the easy way for me to make sure that everything is stays pretty quiet. I do have some antique machines. I think my oldest one is from like 1883. So I have 2 Wilcox and Gibbs machines, one from like 1908. The other one is like 1883. I have a lot of machines from the 30s of her marriage to my grandfather in 1937. Oh yeah, some people will use, if you can't find cork, some people use yoga mats, those knee push cushions for your feet and stuff like that. So in total, I have around 50. Well, technically, I think now 51. No, technically 52. One is leaving. 2 are leaving. 1 is coming. So, but yes, I know I love my machines. I don't do much else. So that's my vice of choice. Because the bills are paid. And I'm working on a bobbin here that I don't know if it is, I don't quite like how it threaded itself, but It ain't broken, so we using it. Just as a way to save thread. But it did wind funky, in my opinion. But we still rolling with it, because sometimes that's what you gotta do. So we have our first flap sewn. Hey Key, how are you? What I'm going to then go ahead and do. So let's say that you don't want to make all the little clips and stuff like that into the fabric themselves. Another great option, let me find them. These are my normal ones, but these will work. Another great option that you can do is use a pair of pinking shears. There we go. So using that pinking shears does help get me into the corner. It takes away a lot of that bulk, and it really I didn't cut it on camera. Sometimes you can't cut on camera on TikTok, but just to show you, this is pinking shears, and I got close to that stitching line, but not through the stitching line. So it's also another easy way to get rid of bulk if you don't want to do notches along a curve. So, and what I will then do is I'm about to do the other one, and then I will press these out. We're going to top stitch them at 1/4 of an inch. So usually at the edge of your foot, I will top stitch this all the way around. TikTok, the rules be changing on me. So, and I try, for a while there, you could not really show scissors on TikTok. So I ain't trying to have no heat. So I don't show too much. But yeah. I think you just got to make sure that it does not show up in like the center field of your video. So, but we're about to do this next one right quick. And especially with a fabric like that has a nap, if you're trying to get things to line up and you have a little bit of a nail, sometimes you can just scratch it along this fabric just to make sure everything can line up at the edge. You have to utilize the tools, not only like tools that you buy, but also the tools that you have on you. So make sure you're using your nails. And I'm a scratcher, so I literally do this just to make sure that my fabrics line up. And as we're starting to hit that curve, because I have this seam guide, I can take my time and readjust my fabric as need be. Okay, so I don't know how much you're gonna see because I need to have my hand here, but we'll try. We'll see. So we go down a bit. I sink my needle, and I can literally lift up my presser foot a little bit just to help me get that curve. It's like I'm hitting that curve correctly. Usually I do a few stitches, readjust. A few stitches, readjust. And just literally work my way along this curve here. All right, so then we can get to the next one. Literally doing the same thing. And normally, so in my normal machine, I'm using a machine that has a knee lift. So that knee lift, instead of me going and putting my hand back here, I'm using my knee lift as the way that I am. We are making This shorts, so we're doing this view. This is Know Me 2041 by Donny Q. Depending on the machine. So this one uses metal bobbins, but I've used plastic in a vintage machine before. So you can use plastic bobbins in the bobbin case as long as it's the same size. And of course, I keep on forgetting to put my needle down. There we go. And there was a pin there, so I removed my pins. Yeah, stitches are good. All right, so now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take, there we go. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna take my pinking shears. I'm getting all up in this business without fully intruding. We ain't going full Karen and just kind of colonizing life. We are like just literally getting up to it. We just being a nosy Nelly with our scissors along my stitching line. There we go. So this is all clipped. So now I can easily turn this out. And we'll take this over to the iron and we'll give this a press. All right, so, and that's the biggest thing that you have to remember, especially as you're sewing. A lot of times you're spending equal amount of time at your iron as you are at your sewing machine. If you are doing a lot of sewing and you ain't really ironing, well, not even ironing, you're pressing. But it is vital that you are pressing stuff out. And if anybody tells you otherwise, ooh, child, they lying to you, to your face. All right. So I'm using a gravity feed iron. This is a Japanese Niyamoto iron. This is a vintage one that I found on eBay. But I like that I can control the temperature, like numerical temperature. And it just works. And of course it stays on until I turn it off, which I also thoroughly enjoy. So what I'm now doing is, let me put it in the frame. So I'm now going and I am rolling my seams to make sure that my seam is at the edge of my pocket. So especially when in places like this where it's hard to understitch, you can roll your seam. What I'm noticing is that of course it is giving some discoloration. So also with this, I can use my pressing cloth. Let me, hold on, I'll go get that. Where is it? Oh, I have one up here. It ain't my favorite one, but I do have one right here. So this is a pressing cloth. This is a piece of silk organza, so it can help with any type of scorching or anything like that. You don't want a lot of marks and stuff on your fabric, especially when you're using a hotter heat. So this just helps protect your fabric. And again, I'm taking my time and I'm all in this business. You can't just press from far away. You gotta be an active presser. And I'm literally like placing the seams where I want them to, and then I'm leaving it. Now, when you're pressing, you like what I would say always do is give it a second, let it cool. It's like a curl for your hair. When you curl your hair, usually you're holding that curl in it for a second before you release it to let it set. Similarly, this is hair, this is fibers. You heated it up to get it to move. So now you want to just hold it for a second to let it set in place. And you're literally just kind of finding your edge, giving a nice amount of steam, and then you're just gonna press that out the way. Another good thing that you can use is you can use your clapper. Yes, press and curl. Exactly. So there we go. And as you can see, literally, that seam is nice, crisp, and at the edge. This is without top stitching. I am going to top stitch it, but because I spent more time in pressing it, so this is why you don't see me do a lot of, like on a lot of patterns, they say understitch a collar. I press it where I don't need to. I spend more time pressing than I do like sewing. So we're going to do that to the other one. And literally, sometimes I start, you can start at the edge or you can start at the center, because in pressing, what you are doing sometimes is you are stretching that fiber. Similarly, like with a hot comb, curly hair goes straight, gets longer. Same with your fabrics, with heat and pressure. So this is why you don't do a lot of ironing here. You are pressing so that you are not warping anything out of shape. So even as I'm doing this now, what I'm doing is I'm slightly lifting up my iron as I go. So does anybody have any fun plans going on this week? So this is silk organza. You can buy these. These come by Dritz, sells them, and you can buy them at like your local fabric store in a pack. But yes, yeah, it's a sheet of silk organza. And as you use it, it gets nice and soft and pliable. So it's like it's one of my sewing security blankets. I always like to have multiple press cloths around. And I do all right for opening up a show. Very cool. Now, also be careful. Look up when you are looking for a press cloth. I would suggest getting a natural fiber such as silk. I bought this off of Amazon. This is like a nylon press cloth. When I tell you I have burnt through one of these. All right for mom duties. Thank you for all the mothers helping their kids get ready for school. We know that it is a trying, arduous task, but you are appreciated in all the work that you're doing. So then I just check the sizing. But yeah, they're both done. All right, so we got to take these over back to the machine. Ooh. Every time I bring you over, I have a new tripod coming. Ooh, shoot. Today. For my iPad, like specifically. So hopefully every time that I sit down, I ain't gotta go through this again. You're not mentally look. I'm not mentally ready to have to follow school driving signs again. How about that? Because sometimes they annoy me. I will be very honest. So we did that. Oh, well, shoot. Let's see. Let me I'm looking for one piece. I just want to see something real fast before we get too further into this. So another great thing about this pattern piece is that it also gives you the marks for where your thing should be. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to kind of mark out my seam allowance to make sure that I'm not including that when I place my piece on my thing. There you go. Side. There you go. Other side. There we go. All right, so I'm about to top stitch this first at 1/4 of an inch. So for this machine, we're gonna do 8 stitches per inch. So instead of like giving you millimeters and stuff like that, a lot of your older machines gives you stitches per inch. So, and it's like a little dial that I turn that can do my different stitches. But yeah, we're gonna go to 8. I think that sounds good. So you just get to leave them sleeping. Well, look, child, you can't leave me sleeping because even though I was a good student, waking up has never been my ministry. There you go. So you had to make sure I was up. Otherwise, you might be getting a call from said school. Julian did not arrive today. No, I ain't never had that, but college. Woo. I remember economics class. I went 3 times. 4 exams. Beyond that, you ain't see me. All right. So this is all top stitch now. So what I'm about to do is I'm going to take my pattern piece. Uh-oh. I'm going to do that on this side. Here. Okay. All right. So when it's done, I went ahead and made my little marks. I accidentally made them on the wrong side first, but luckily this is what's it called? Heat erasable. So yeah, we'll erase that in just a second. But we're gonna pin this on first and then go to the next one. There we go. I'm gonna top stitch first and then I will pin on. Hey Nikki. You do that in summer, you get to just leave. Look, after a certain point, you know. Well, by the time I left before my mom, so I was always up. Because, you know, I was one of those people, the bus had to be here. The bus was coming at like 6 or something like that. So I was up early. Because, yeah, I went to one of those schools that started at like 7 something. But we got out at like 3:30 or 2:30. Was it 2:30? Yeah. Which was, of course, always helpful. But again, you know, I was on the bus again. So that didn't mean I got home anywhere near that time. Okay. Interesting. So what time do they get out of school? Oh, that ain't that bad. Okay. So now I am going to turn up our stitching a little bit, go a little bit past 2, and we're going to sew on these pieces of hook and loop tape. There we go. Ooh, nope, I didn't even do that. My bad. My bad, machine. I know, you ain't like it. So I'm sewing a piece of, it uses Velcro to attach. So this is a piece of hook and loop tape so that they can stay together. This is what it looks like from the front. Now, another suggestion I would make, instead of like, you don't have to use that hook and loop tape. What you could use is a button and do like a buttonhole in this. And if you wanted like a less utilitarian finish, but you know, so Donny is, I want to say he's like a microbiologist or something. He's a scientist, and this design came from his the pants that he wore when he went and did research in, I want to say, Costa Rica. So, you know, he chose a very utilitarian style. That's why you have the one with the zipper on it. They have the zippers, very old school, like Eddie Bauer. But you know, that's what he needed, because a lot of times that's one of those places that you have to wear pants due to the bugs. But you know, if you want to get out of them quick and put on shorts or something like that, you can easily do that too. All right, so I'm just now going through and cutting away a lot of my little extra strings. And while I'm here, I'm going to measure something real fast. All right, cool. So on the back side, there is a dot for you to mark that where it's like supposed to meet. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be really useful. And so far, I think these are going to turn out to be some really neat pants that we haven't seen or had in a while. So I'm making the little mark where the large dot is on that flap so that I can line that up with the dots on the pants and sew that on. I'm going to do that on both flaps. And I'm doing it on the back side. So the side that has the hook and loop. They didn't have. So a lot of stores, what I've been noticing is that they're struggling to stock a lot of the new patterns because their cases are still full of old stuff, and because of that, we're not seeing a lot of the patterns that we normally see. All right, so we have that marked. I'm gonna go ahead and pin that in place as well. This is what it should look like right now. And I just have a line of stitching where everything will be in place. So now, 7 unopened boxes, yeah. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start top stitching the bottom part, the main pocket piece. So we're going to top stitch at 1/4 of an inch all the way around the pocket, and then I'll probably do another line of stitching along the edge to edge stitch it in place. Or you could do it the other way around. But I want to start with that 1/4 of an inch so that it better matches the flap. So, and for my foot, that literally is at the edge of the foot is 1/4 of an inch. Of course, after this baby is getting a nice bathing in some oil. While it's working well, I can just tell it is a little drier than what I would want. So, and it's one of those things, like, you know, as you are going, you learn your machine, and when you know your machine, you know what it sounds like. Each machine sounds differently. So, and while this one still sounds good, it's fine. I just know that I know what it sounds like when it's fully just swathing and swathing in a nice drink of machine oil. So, and literally I'm just using the edge of my foot all the way around the pocket so that I can get my first line of stitching established. And if you're liking the live or liking the information being shared, please feel free to share this out to your community. One of the great things is that hopefully after this, I will go ahead and start uploading this to YouTube once it is available for download, so that if people want to go back, you can take a look. People missed it, all that good stuff. It will be available. You know, it's not even about if people even, you know, go and check. I need content and I'm making content. So, hello, Ella. Hope you're well. But you know, if something came up during the live or something like that and people want to go like, you know what, I remember somebody said that, it will be available on YouTube, and it's Julian Creates over there as well. Okay. All right, so my first line of stitching is done. Go and take a look at it. This is that first line of stitching. So now what I'm about to do is I'm about to go literally all the way around and try to just hit it right in the right along the edge, so that then the pocket will be done. And basically this is what it's going to look like. Let me see. Okay, there we go. This is what the pocket will look like when it's done. All right, so that's what happened. I was like, where's my pen at? There we go. Okay. And again, I'm going to capitalize on the markings on my foot. So I'm about to show you where I am sewing. Give me a second here. So I'm about to turn my camera around. Oops, there we go. All right, so I'm literally using the like the opening in my foot, and that's what I'm going to use as the way that I can easily go all the way around this and just be along the edge. All right. And again, I always start with sinking my needle by hand. And if you have any questions, or sometimes when you're not feeling fully confident in the task that you're about to do, you can always do it by hand. So don't be afraid to use your hand and roll your wheel of your machine. Why is this so loud? I swear it got louder. My Lord. There we go. All right. I'm just gonna take my time. It would help if I turn I need to put a piece of carpet grip underneath the machine pedal because it's literally, it is going every which way but the way I need it to go. There we go. Oop, nope. There we go. Yeah, carpet grip is a super lifesaver, especially with your like my pedal is metal, old school metal. So just having something that can go underneath it. If you have an old mouse pad, that's another option as well. All right, so this is what this looks like now. All top stitched on and then edge stitched. So now what I'm going to do is I have made like a marking for where I want to sew on, like where the dots are, where I want to sew on my flap. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my pen and I'm going to extend that line and just make a whole line with it that I can use to, let me find a good ruler, a real ruler. All the way across. Like this. Yeah. Now I'll be able to see it, but I'm just making a line. Or you might be, you see it in the background. Look in the mirror. Okay, there we go. So that is just gives me a guideline of where I'm sewing on this piece. And I'll literally sew on top of that line. So I'm going to replace this on top here. Pin it in place. Following my marks. What's great about this line is that I will use a smaller stitch length, as this has to have, you know, just a little bit of stability on it. But then we will top stitch it at the larger stitch length, or around 10 stitches per inch. Right, so what I am then going to do is I'm making Know Me 2041. We're doing these. Hey, how are you, Papa Doc? And I know Cleveland. I'm up here trying to put name and face together. Hello, Peach Honey Studios. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So then, it's kind of, I use my iPad for a lot of things, but it has better cell reception. So that's the only reason I'm using it. So make sure that this all lines up the way I want it to. There you go. So what I did was I just went ahead and clipped away a lot of my seam allowance. I am then going to go give this a press real fast, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to top stitch this down at 1/4 of an inch so that it can match the rest of the top stitching. So I ain't even going to move you. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. There we go. Perfect. All right. Okay, so that's like this. So I'm now about to top stitch this down at 1/4 of an inch. edge. There we go. My iron, it is a Naomoto, Naomoto. It is a Japanese style iron. It is not cheap. I have a used one that I found on eBay. So mine is not it's an older model, not one that you find, but any gravity feed iron will work. You can get a gravity feed iron for around $85. And then when depending on if you can hang it from your ceiling, that's a great option. Or you can get an IV pole. That's what I'm using. You just basically want it at least 30 inches above your iron itself to make sure that the water feeds through. But it stays hot. It's heavy. They're not light. But it does not have like the auto off feature and stuff like that. All right. So pocket one is done. And of course, all of that matches up nicely. So we're about to do the other pocket. And of course, we did this. So this should be a lot easier to sew on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're going to start here. I'm going to just top stitch this down. I'm going to be a little bit more quiet because y'all seen me do it once. Yes, Wawak does have them. The one closest to probably the one I have is called a high steam. That's a little bit more expensive. Like you can get that one for like $125, I think. But yeah, Pacific Steam is one. I know they have like a $80 or $90 version. Or if they don't yet, they have one that will be on sale in a bit. The one, like if you wanted a Neomoto, places such as All Brands and Sewing Machine Plus have those. And you will have sticker shock to see them brand new. How much they cost. Because those are about $600. $6 to $8. I think Amazon has those for $8. No, for $6. I'm sorry. All right, so we're going to top stitch this on. And for my bad girlies, use what y'all know. So if you are doing a pocket like this, another way that you can do this is just by like double stick tape and then do it that way. So if pins are not working for you, you want to make sure you're getting fully accurate placement for this, you can always do that. I would definitely be careful because it will gum up your needle. So, but they do have like Teflon coated needles, or just the tiniest bit of machine oil on your needle can help with that. But please be careful because it can stain your fabric. So that is best. Let's say that you were making these pants out of a vinyl or faux leather or something like that. That's normally where I would start like putting a little machine oil on my stuff. And Brittany talked about that one last night. So great thing about Black Sewing Network, we try to reach one, teach one, as they used to say. How many of y'all remember that saying of the teachers of yesteryear? Now, no, we ain't project, we ain't No Child Left Behind or nothing. We ain't that crazy. We want you to actually succeed. Not just put some stuff on the paper and say that you did. And pass you through classes and when you don't know how to read. As you can see, I have feelings about stuff like that. But we ain't gonna talk about it too much. But yeah, if there's anybody else who has different questions about machines or anything like that, please feel free to ask them. I will answer them as much as I can. If I can't answer them, somebody in the comments can also help. Because there's 45 of y'all and one of me. So that means we got almost 50 heads to put together and try to help figure something out. Those tweezer scissors he's using. What tweezers or scissors? Which ones? These are Temu. These are Eversewn. You can buy them on Amazon. Fiskars. These are, I would suggest getting something like these. It helps you get into those really tight spots, and it's usually sharper than a pair of snips. So when the next time Joann's or something has a sale, get those. Or Walmart also usually has these for cheaper. And I always say, like, you know, best place, if you have a domestic machine and need needles, a good place that you can go is to Walmart. If you do not want to buy, like, if you don't do a lot of sewing, because remember, you need to change your needles like you change your drawers. Are you wearing the same drawers for weeks in a row? No. Don't do that to your needle either. Because a lot of times, changing your needle is all you need to see a better... Yes, change it. If you sew in 6 to 8 hours a day, change your needle. Change your needle. Don't be funky. Because, I mean, we will look at you crazy if you wearing the same pair of drawers for a month. Just looking like your shit ready to walk away with you. Just detritus and everything else. Booty and whatever juices. Just marinating in them. Don't do that to your machine. Because then your clothes are going to look like they just marinating in juices and filth. So change your needle. A lot of times, especially if you're having stitching issues and stuff like that, change your needle and rethread. That's one of the first steps they will usually tell you to do. So change your needle. Please, Jesus. It absolutely does make a difference in your stitching. Absolutely. So it's like sewing hygiene. We like to be hygienic over here. When you wipe your ass, you usually go and wash your hands afterwards. That's hygienic. Changing your needles is hygienic for your stuff. So I'm on the Social Hour podcast this week. I think my episode comes out Tuesday. Definitely go check it out when it comes out, and we talk about this. So change your needle like you change your drawers. Just a little FYI. We also talk about my sewing machine addiction, slightly. But I'm trying to use it for good. I buy machines, of course, because I like machines. I like to test them out, especially if I find them for a good price. But yeah, I don't mind it. I'll buy a machine. Let me check the bottom thread, make sure we still good. Look. Okay, yeah, we're good. My bad, y'all just all up in my hair. But like changing drawers, my hair is clean too. Praise the Lord. Actually, it's gonna get washed tonight because it's wash day and my head itches. So you have 5 machines. I have 50. Well, technically right now 52. But if you heard, probably next week, Cag the Mag is going to do a telethon raising money for her Beyonce tickets. Because we're trying to send her to go see Beyonce for the fourth time this tour. But she is going to Dallas. And she is going to be in the pit with Terrence Williams Design and LaShawn of So Sophisticated Style, I think is her, or So Sophisticated Designs. And she's raising money for that. So I have, hey Tracy, hope you're well. I have given her a machine to give away for that. It's a vintage machine too, and not a bad one. She will be giving away a vintage Singer 301. If you need to go look it up, go look it up. But it is basically the bigger counterpart for the featherweight. So where I keep them, I have them all over. So even just in my room right now, there are, I really can. I don't too often. Sometimes I do. But I have, yeah, a 301. I'm giving away a 301. I have, it's been in the collection. I had not used it in forever. Literally, it was sitting behind me back here forever, on the shelf. And I'm like, I don't I don't like I don't like them like that. I tried it on live the other day, and yeah, I'm like, okay, it's time to go. I bought it. I had it. The thrill is gone, so it's gonna go. It can so she's going to raffle that off. So when that happens, definitely something to check out. It probably needs a little work, but I ordered new bobbins and bobbin case for it, so we'll have that. It's oiled. I'll put a needle in it and stuff like that. It runs smooth. So probably can still use a good cleaning. Has a case. Also has a zigzag attachment to it. So it will come with all of that. The stuff that came with it, when I got it, it will come. That's how you will get it. It will not come with a lot of feet. It comes with like 1 foot. But, you know, that's still something. You can still do something with that. Oh, there we go. Get back on the good foot. There we go. There we go. So, oh, and back to, so how do I have them stored? So, there's a shelf behind me right now. There is a machine on this one. And then at the bottom, like behind this, there are currently 2 other machines that I have sitting over there. Then on my tables, I have 3. In between them, I have 1. In the back corner of my room, I have 2. On the shelf behind me, like that I'm pointing at right now, like pointing this way, there are, the bottom shelf has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. No, 5. Then on the middle shelf, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Then there is 1 sitting over here next to, like I can see from here is 1. Usually I have a set of shelves. There's another one usually sitting there. Underneath my main table, there is 1 or 2. Then there's a table off of that table that has about 5 of them. Then I have in the back of the corner. So I have an industrial that I use on a daily basis. I have 2 other industrials in this space with me. But I have them kind of walled off with some other machines. So there's probably about 4 machines over there. In the other parts of my basement, I probably have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Upstairs in my house, in my dining room, I have 1 or 2. In my living room, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then like 1 at a shop. So a 301 and a 301A, I think the 301A has a potted motor. The 301 has a different style of motor. Usually that's usually where things kind of come into place. It's either a 301 or a 301A, but it's one of those. It's a 301. I know that much. I would have to pull it out to look at it again. But yeah, that's how I have all my machines stored. My house is small, so I did not, they're hidden behind the machine. They're not built out of the machine. Because, you know, I still got some. So like I have a 306, I think. So that is one of the first zigzag models that Singer did. It's not, they wouldn't even call it a zigzag. They call it a swing needle. So the needle swings back and forth. I have not even plugged it in to try it yet. But what's so interesting about that machine is that it uses a different style of needle. So it does not use your regular 15 or 1705 needles. It uses a 206 13 needle, I think. Oh, it might be a Singer 206. That's what it is. And yeah, it uses a different needle style that is hard to find. It does not come in all the sizes, but it's a shorter needle. You have to change the plates to like raise it up and stuff like that, or to do the cams. That one does have cams to it. I have a 401 that I don't use, that also has cams to it, but it does have a lot of stitches built in. And that's when, you had your decorative stitches, and it was funny, like you have all these stitches, but it's really nothing for, the only one to really do a lot of your knits with is just your regular zigzag. It did not start until like the 70s or something like that. 60s. Parts of the 60s, you start to see stretch stitches. So a stretch stitch, what your machine is doing is that it's taking your stitch forward and then taking the stitch backwards. That is what's helping to give it stretch, and so that when you pull it, nothing is going to pop. You don't hear the stitches popping. One of the brands so I just bought another machine. It's a Vigorelli. So Vigorelli was really interesting in that it was made by a designer or engineer for Necchi, which is another Italian brand. But they have some of the most interesting machines. So starting in the 60s, they came out with a machine called the Dream Machine. And this machine has features on it that you now only see on top of the line machines. So a lot of times you have a machine that only does stitches going forward. This machine does stitches going forward, but it also did super, super large wide stitches by going to the side. The way that it did that, now modern machines, the feed dogs can move your fabric to the side. This one had a whole assembly where basically the whole arm of the machine moved back and forth to the side to side. And it used cams to do that. So starting in the 60s, there was one called the Vigorelli Fantasy. You can also find them under White, under Amica, under Nelco, probably a few other brands that does that. So I just bought one, but it is one that's called the Practical. So it does not have the side to side stitches, but it has 28 different stitches of like regular straight stitch or regular stitch, as well as stretch stitches. It's from the 70s, and I'm like, this is perfect to make my double knit suits with. So I'm waiting for that to arrive. Oh, good. I'm glad you bought the swatch book. Let me know how it is. Has it come yet? How do you like it? But yeah, what's interesting is, so especially around in the 50s, 60s, that's when hello, Zena. You start seeing a lot of the brands started to fight and have some infighting in between each other, because Singer used to be the one that was the main kahuna. And it's funny because, you hear of Singer, people think that Singer is the one that created the sewing machines that we know today. No, didn't. But, neither here nor there. I think it was Howe, Howe, actually had a fight with Singer of the time, around the different things like that. But technically, sewing machines have been around since the 1790s, 1750s, 1790s. The first sewing machine was made to make uniform for the French army after the French Revolution. And people thought that it would help them take their jobs. So literally, they had a riot. They took the prototypes, like the first machines ever made, they were wood, and they burned them and tore them up. And the person who created them basically died destitute a few years later from sickness in the poorhouse. Fun machine facts for you on a Sunday. But yeah, back to Singer. So in the 50s and 60s, before you start getting the Rocketeer, which is the 500 or 501 and the 401, basically Singer went and hired engineers from Necchi, Bernina, Elna, Vigorelli, all these different people to help them create, like, we need you over here, make the best machine possible. Their result was a 401. That was the first machine that was still all metal that had the built-in cams and stuff for Singer. Now, other machines had already had that. But they were the first one to do that, and that was in the 50s. Because I think the 501 came out in like 59. It's basically a similar machine. It's just kind of with a more stylized spaceship looking body. Very much like a Eldorado or a Cadillac of the time. So yeah, I'm using my ADHD deep dives for good. I teach y'all stuff. But yeah, so a little machine knowledge for you. But as that happened, because especially what's also funny is that you got to realize everybody had a sewing machine by the Second World War, because companies were subsidized to make them. So when Japan was occupied, they started to teach them how to make machines. They used the Singer 15 because the patent had gotten off of that, but that was the most popular machine of the day. They started making the Singer 15 with the 15 class bobbin and everything as we know it in the 1880s, 1890s. Hey, Joshy. So, I've done some show and tell. So on my page, there are some of my machines. If you go to my page, you can see some of my machines. But yeah, so it is, he was able to do that. They would last. They were built to last. They would break them. So if a person traded them in, they would take them in the back and hit them with a sledgehammer to destroy them. And that's why there's still so many Singers left, because people kept them because they worked, especially if it's a straight stitch. It works. You could get one today that was made, that has been sitting in a barn somewhere for most of his life, and it will still, you probably take some oil to it, it will work. A little oil and heat, that's all it probably needs. But now back to Japan. So starting in the 40s, a lot of the shops that were making a lot of your different military outputs started to make sewing machines. And in many ways, they can make them quicker, they can make them sturdier and stuff like that than what you can find in America. So I am partial. I love, even more than, like, I don't, me and Singer, like, I'm okay. I love Japanese machines. Those are my favorites. Because even just the way that we teach, Japan teaches, has a different output or look on work and quality. So understand that when a person in Japan, like if you buy a car in Japan, there is one person doing one job most of their career. Like they are a full master at that one thing. That's it. We're here, an assembly line, people are doing multiple things. So nobody is that one master at things. That's why people love, if you can purchase a Japanese car. So like a Japanese made Toyota or like Honda, it's going to be totally different quality than what you will get of an American made one. So you got a Touch and Sew for $30. So Touch and Sew is really where I see the dropout. Because Touch and Sew is really the first machine from Singer that started having a lot more plastic parts. And that bobbin, me and that bobbin never works well. Oh, that's very cool. You'll enjoy that. But yeah, military contracts. I mean, understand that here in Cincinnati, you can get trained. I've worked with companies that train people how to sew for aeronautical contracts, for aerospace, because they still need them. Like costumes and stuff like that. A lot of your parachutes and stuff like that still need to be sewn. So I sewed on my my flap, and I trimmed it away. So I'm about to go press this, and then we will top stitch this, and then we'll go to the front pockets. So let me go do this real fast. Just find a good shop to keep them up. Metal bodies do well if kept. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. Yeah, SpaceX and yeah, but metal body machines, they're my favorite. But really, you don't even need a metal body machine. The biggest thing is that it has a metal frame and the gears. Gears are what's important. So we've asked about this. I talked to the actual the current CEO of Bernina, and that came up around wanting a more metal body machines or more mechanical machines, such as the 1008 or the 1010, that 1000 series Bernina. It will cost so much to make now. Because even when they left, they were like $1,700 brand new. You're probably looking at almost a $3,000 machine for a mechanical machine to be made at that quality again, because of cost of labor and supplies and stuff like that. So, well, and there's great services also in Cali too. So, and about sewing machines. Well, thank you so much. It is. I find them fascinating. You know, this is what I love to do, and I'm one of those people. Before I started sewing, I would listen to people. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, like I said, I love my Japanese machines um more than I like my singers. So get it in for service. Yeah, please, please. It's funny. I bought a 1008. That's the one I'm missing from the series because I literally almost have them all. Um, and I bought a 1008 and I took it in for service, and they basically said that it was salvageable. I bought it from a school. Um, yeah. So I do not have. I have, instead of a Juki, I have one by a company called Vivor, which is, so it's it's a Chinese clone of a Juki. Um, and you use there was a vintage Bernina 950 industrial for sale by me. Oh, I almost wanted it, but I'm like, I like what I have now in terms of an industrial. So yeah. So yeah, and it's a lot cheaper than what you can get a Juki for. The Vivor I got was like $400 for brand new, and it has some computerized options. So it has needle up, needle down, speed control and stuff like that. But it's basically still a 8700 DDL 8700, just with some electronic stuff with it. But it's nice. I love it. But I like to pull out my vintage ones too. Just for, I don't want people to get intimidated when they see me sew. So when possible, I'm going to use different machines that I own. And just, each machine has a different personality. One thing I like about the Japanese one, it's not that they don't have a personality. They are just more, they just work. Like, they're not persnickety or anything like that. So, look, if you got access to one, definitely use them up. But yeah, I technically own three, but I only use one. The other ones are for like, I want to get rid of. I really do. But the getting them up and out of my space is going to be the problem. All right. So we have back pockets. Back pockets are done. So we're going to put the backs to the side for a second. We're going to start working on the fronts. Of course, the fronts are going to be easier. So we're going to take one of our fronts, and because so my fabric really does not have like a right and a wrong side. So we just gonna make sure whatever side we use that they mirror. That's all I care about. Ended up $5 and 500. There's still time. There is still time. That's why you're finding us here now. So if you're interested in sewing, please feel free to ask. Or there are other multiple members of Black Sewing Network. We do also teach. So if you wanted to take a class or something from us, we do that online. So you could be anywhere in the world. We can set up a time with you. And it won't be, it's not like we charging $95,000 per class. So, something to think about if you're ever interested. No pressure. All right, so we're going to start with our pockets. And so in the way that, especially with fabrics that do not have like a direct right and wrong side, what I do is I take a pen and we just put a pin in it. So that pin tells me that this is going to be my right side and that I've already matched. So I have a right and wrong side of these. And you got to do that sometimes, because ask me, how many times have I jacked this up? Just saying. Just saying. All right. So, first thing we're going to do is we are going to sew on our pocket facing. And because I've already serged this, like everything is going to be easily finished into like my seams and stuff like that. All right. So on both sides, we are going to sew our pocket facing to our fronts at 5/8 of an inch. You did it Friday, rushing to get done. What are you rushing to get done? What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing part of the conversation. If I'm missing something, please refresh my memory, please. Thank you. But yeah, it's a start, please. Cause now, no, we all got fabrics and stuff like that. We can help you make something. It ain't gotta be strong. Yes. Yes, this is why we do this. Because imagine me having to take out that top stitch pocket out of linen at that. No, I don't want to. So, this is why we mise en place before we get started. Like, so adding the pockets and stuff like that. So, like, now, because once the pockets are added, I just got to do the zipper, and then all the other, like, side seams and stuff like that. But that goes so quickly. Just quickly. And I love when certain parts of it, like, because, especially the parts that people get anxious about, such as zippers and stuff like that. If you do it earlier in the project, it's less that it can really mess up. That's the best way I say it. So like buttonholes and stuff like that. For certain shirts, instead of waiting to the end, I will go ahead and do all of my pressing and putting in my facing first and put your buttonholes in. Because it's easier to restart if you are literally right at the beginning and do your buttonholes and it doesn't work out. You can easily recut a left piece. Instead of doing it at the end, it's not working, and you almost have to fully take apart your shirt to redo that piece. So, it still follows, like, the construction of it will still follow the order of operations. You are just doing the things that are going to, that you feel like you're confident in getting done quickly. Or the things that you are scared of first. So that then you're getting it out the way so that your project is just more favorable and you're just having a good time while you're doing it. So. And again, I'm like scratching at the fabric a little bit just to make sure everything is lined up. Especially like, you just get, sometimes it's just that little bit of a squiff. And sometimes I get a little anal about that. So I just go ahead and fix that in place. And remember, when you are taking out the work that you're working on, you want to make sure that you are your lifter is all the way up in the up position, as well as your needle and stuff is up. That's going to help release the tension because it's not in mid stitch as you're trying to release your project. Hey, how are you? Okay. So while we're still here, what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and understitch this. So we have the seam at the back. I'm going to make sure that seam is facing the pocket itself. I'm doing well. And we are going to do just a line of stitching on the pocket piece. So it's going to be on the pocket piece, not on the actual garment piece. This is what's going to hold it in place so that you don't really need any top stitching, because nothing is going to like shift as you're trying to make your project. And even I'm just going to keep my seam gauge on and just let it ride right on top. And I'm using the interior edge of my foot to help mark out where my where that internal edge is. So my inner piece of my foot is literally riding on that seam. And we're just making sure everything is open. And we're trying to get right towards the edge here. Hey, Shauna. How are you? All right. So no, I'm not starting on that yet. This is, we are wrapping up all of our Know Me patterns. We have been doing, Black Soil Network has been doing all of this season's Know Me patterns. I think it ends this week or next week. So I am doing Know Me 2041, and we're making the shorts. But this is the pattern that I plan to use to make my frock tails outfit. I'm waiting for fabric. I'm going to start probably copying this out today or tomorrow once I'm done with these shorts. And then I got to wait for the machine to come because I'm not using this machine. I bought a machine to use for that. All right. So as you can see here, literally right on the edge of that, I understitched it. So this is the pocket piece. This is going to help make sure everything rides to the back. So when I go and press this again, what you're going to notice is that my pocket is literally going to be on the edge, and the front of my pocket does not have any seams. Frock tails is the 7th of October. But if I'm making a suit, I want to make sure that I have enough time for that. So yes. But yes, I did buy a machine. My machines are not 70s. That's my excuse. Even though I do have machines that are 70s. But that's the excuse I'm using, and I'm sticking to it. But yes, y'all pray. Now, luckily, I think I decided to do the double knit suit because the other suit option is this one. This Givenchy Vogue Paris Original. That's just a lot right now. I'm thinking of time. But I really do want to make this. So I also bought fabric for this one too. So I'm waiting to see the double knit first that I got to see if it's giving me what I want. Because if it's not, then I'm going to have to pivot. But I bought glasses too. So you got me put here looking for a fur. Look, you do need it. You do. You see my magical powers? I tell people. There's a company called Fabulous Furs. Donna Plyer, I think. If you go on YouTube, she sells vintage patterns that are formed to be made with like faux furs. You should dress like us. So it's going to be similar. It's going to be of that era. Of that era. Not quite that, like, because, you know, I want to make sure I don't want to look like a fully costume. So we are going, it is Fabulous Furs. Look up Fabulous Furs sewing patterns on eBay and Etsy. You'll find some. So like if I do this, this will be made, I got a knit interlock that is like a gold, it is gold shimmer and stuff like that on a red and black base. So it looks more bronze. But I like the back detailing of this coat. This is why I want to do this one. And then I would do a autumn like silk shirt or something like that. I plan to make as well. I have a pair of boots I need to start practicing in because they got a little platform to them. The glasses are rhinestones, circles with autumn colors in them too. I done did a lot. Yeah. If I do the Vogue suit, it's going to be a turquoise jewel tone cotton sateen 3-piece suit with a cream silk shirt underneath. And it has some designs in the silk. It would be like a plaid with a matching wide tie. Same with the other one. It would be a matching wide tie. Shoes will probably still be the brown shoes, but I also have black platforms that I can wear with turquoise rhinestone and tortoiseshell glasses. Or gold with rainbows over top of them. Like I said, I did a lot. I got 4 pairs of glasses coming and they all got rhinestones on them. So I'm not want to go out a lot. I get anxious. I'm like, nope, I don't want to do this. What helps make me feel better about going out to places and stuff like that is dressing up and focusing on my outfit. So, hence why I've started. Like, this is what makes me excited, so I don't talk myself out of not going. So there's a method behind the madness that I'm using. And not just because, I mean, I'm extra, but the reason that this level of extra, like, this is me going out of my comfort zone, and the best way for me to do that is to dress and to make, like, to get excited about the making of something. So, the same way, like, I was nervous about going to Beyonce, honestly, and hence why I spent, like, I put so much time into making my outfit, so I don't have to think about my nervousness because I'm confident in something I'm wearing and I like what I made. So that's part of it for me. So what I'm doing now is I'm literally just putting on the pocket. So I put on the pocket facing, all sewn in. I'm going to put on this pocket and then I'll do the other side and then I'll take them both to the iron and press them. And because I've already did, I serged the edges and stuff like this. I embrace my extra. Some people hate it. But some people look forward to it. But, you know, I think making my clothes, you know, I get to make exactly what I want. I get to make what makes me happy. So, if that's being extra as hell, I'm going to be extra as hell and have a good time with it. So, when you see me walking through the streets of New York looking like a 70s Statue of Liberty in gold and bronze, I want you to smile too when you see me. That's how I see it. All right. So, and that pin that I just used to mark my fronts, I'm going to use to hold the pocket in place. So this is the pocket, what the pocket looks like now. So it will look better once it's pressed, but we're waiting on the press. But the whole pocket, I want to sew the pocket itself to it. The facing is in place, so I'm just about to do that to the other side. Thank you so much. Hope you're well as well, Brianna. So let's do the other side. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to sew down this 5/8 of an inch. And then we're going to understitch, and then we're going to put on the pocket itself. What's funny is, like, again, I do follow patterns. So this is a pattern. This is this pattern that I'm making it with. I just made stuff. So I'm not, now, am I following the instructions? No. But I've made clothes. I have a sense of how some of this stuff goes. Not fully. Sometimes I lose my mind and fuck it up. But usually I'm all right. Usually. When it gets to the zipper, because everybody does their zippers sometimes a little differently, I will go to my the instructions just to look at the zippers. All right, and then we're going to understitch this with the seam allowance towards the pocket itself. Love it. People having conversations in the chat. So please get to, like, learn your neighbor. Act like you at church. Say hi to your neighbor. Everybody say, hey, neighbor. This is, yes, we're on online and stuff like that, but you can still make friendships and stuff like that. I made great friends using TikTok. So say hi, neighbor. There you go. Because you got some other great sewists, some other great crafters and stuff in here. So yes. Go follow their page. Go learn about what they make. From bags to crochet items to sewing machine repair. All that good stuff. Yes, it's Sunday service. Y'all got to act like y'all in church a little bit. At least I ain't telling you go hit your neighbor, go tap your neighbor, go talk to your neighbor, go swap spit with your neighbor, all that other craziness. I'm just saying, say hey neighbor. I'm gonna follow Tobias. He does a lot of Know Me sewing machine repairs. He's also a Know Me ambassador. But yeah. Where I find exactly how we find each other. Especially in a craft that is usually, it's an isolated craft. So but there's a lot of us. I'm finding a lot more vintage machine lovers and stuff like that on TikTok, and people are showing off their stuff. I am freezing. It's not just you. I can tell I'm watching myself over here. I'm in the basement. It's gonna happen. My bad. Right now, I need to figure out something. We've tried Wi-Fi extenders and stuff like that, and it's not, those things ain't helping. So I'm about to try like a Wi-Fi repeater. See if that helps. Keep my stuff together. But when I notice my signal going down, very cool. Very cool. When my signal's going down, I try to take a moment and stop. But right now, I'm just putting on the pocket. Y'all know how to do that. Okay. So maybe it's TikTok. Maybe it's not just me. But we can blame it on me. I don't care. All right, for Alabama. Oh, you do locks in Alabama? Yes, locks. I have my grandfather's family. Actually, both sides of my family are from Alabama. So my father's side is from a place called Wilcox. Yeah, Wilcox. And then I have family right now in Montgomery, but they used to live in like Opelika, Auburn area. I have an ex in Auburn, Opelika area. Only time I've ever ridden a Greyhound bus is to visit said ex in that area. Lord knows, I was maybe a junior in college. So yeah. Thank you so much. They heavy. It's a lot of hair. I'm thinning a little bit up here, but we making it work. It was a one and done. It was a one and done. I ain't never visit. We ain't never seen each other again. But with that one time. One day I said I do want to go down there. I definitely want to see where my family's from in Wilcox. I'm curious. And because I think it's kind of close to like Etowah, McGinn County, Tennessee. That's where the rest of my family is from. So, but you understand the pain of my hair. I mean, my hair, because you know, my hair reaches my ass. Hold on. Not that I want you to see my ass crack, but yes, my hair is long. 11 years of dedication. Well, it'll be 11 years in October. If I keep them. I want to keep my hair. I'm at a point now where, because I was thinking about cutting it every few days. Oh, that's up. I don't know where it's at. I don't know where nothing. You asking directions. I don't know where nothing at. 100% honest. I know my strengths, and direction ain't my ministry ever. All right, so we have pockets done. I'm about to go and press both sides. Then we will baste them up top to hold them in place until we get to the next part. And I think the next part we're going to be working on, we'll start working on the zipper on the front, and then do all the side seams and stuff like that. You've had yours for 4 years. All right, 4 years. Chad, I remember 4 years. I think my hair was like here at around 4 years. So long ago. So long ago. Now it's funny. I try to get when I get my hair done. Like we have the positions I have to get into to make sure that I'm not sitting on my hair while it's getting done. Like we are moving it and doing all of this to it. I know Tanisha, Yimmy Crafts, her hair is even longer than mine. I think hers is well past her behind. So we got some long hair peoples. Y'all can't say that we bald headed, but even though we got some bald head people too, and they sexy, bald heads, especially on a woman with a bald head, my God, it looks so good. Don't think that you have to have hair and your hair has to define your beauty. I've seen some people, like my mama's one of them. I want her to go almost big bald. She right now she's rocking a fade. But man, she would look so much better if she just like let it all go. Just let it go. Like she has, she has one of them small pea heads. You cut yours after 12, 11. I'm trying to hold on. Oh, but I be tempted. Because, I don't know when the last night I had a really good night's sleep. Because to move your hair out the way so you can sleep well. I almost have to put my hair behind my mattress. And, have to make a hole between my headboard and my bed to put my hair in there. I don't know, the last time I just had a good night's sleep without my back hurting, with my neck hurting, trying to put my hair, even though my hair can be my pillow. It's just a lot. It's just a lot, y'all. Occupational hazards of hair. But I love it. There's that part too. But also, it just gets heavy, washing my hair, I do need to do that tonight. And finding a place, I have to. No, that's with the bonnet. That's with the bonnet. Oh yeah, no, we don't sleep. We don't let sheets touch hair. But even with the bonnet, I have to put my hair above my head, and I have a lot of it. So it's not like I can just put it in a bonnet and that's fine. I have to fully put it up so that my head can touch a little pillow so that I can get back neck support. Most of the time nowadays I use a lock sock. That seems to be more fitting for my head. And it's funny because they make an extra long lock sock, and my hair is still curled up in it. I'm trying to tell you. You won't let me crochet you so because crochet usually out of yarn and stuff like that, the problem is that the yarn that my hair is coarse, and it's like crochet itself, so they mat together, and then I will get a lot of the yarn stuff unless I line it in satin. That's the only way I can wear stuff like that on my head. Because even I have very coarse hair, so even when I used to they are hot. Yeah, it absolutely has to be lined. Because even I've worn I have to stop wearing certain scarves because wearing a scarf even around my face, my hair is itchy and it would just be lit. Even with my hair now, a lot of my knit shirts and stuff like that, my hair will fully of my shirts that I've made out of double brush poly and stuff like that. My hair, the back of them is nothing but a linty mess because my hair pulls at it. Just pulls. And it will jack up a fabric. All right, so we have one that's already pressed. First pocket, and we'll go and I'm pinning it, and then I will go and base this in place. Oh, good. I'm glad you found some patterns. But yeah, some of them are not displayed. Can y'all see me now? Am I still frozen? But if you hear, like, that's weird. Because if you can hear me, because I have it on my screen as well, and I can see myself. I'm moving. We just gonna make it work, and we rolling with it this weekend. What time is it? Can I get a time check, somebody? Just curious. $5:22. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So now that all our pockets and stuff are done, we're about to get into the meat and potatoes of it. That's when things should go pretty quickly. But I'm excited because my plan is I want to show y'all the buttonhole on my vintage machine. And we need to make buttonholes. So we're about to do this right quick. There you go. So we're going to top stitch this down. It needs to be that small. All right. So now all of our pocket piece is in. I'll do it to the other side, and then we'll start focusing on that zipper. Well, thank you, Fit to Be Queen, for the rose. Thank you so much. All right, so we're about to base this last one in place, making sure that everything is lining up still. Hey, Miss Carrie, how are you? guess I should put a sticker up there. How do I do a sticker? Quick bow. Enhance. Stickers. There we go. Know Me Me2041. There we go. All right. So if people ask what I'm making, that's what we're doing. First sticker. Yay me. Okay, so we have all of our pockets in. I'm just making sure we still on the right sides together, because sometimes you gotta check. Is it up too high? Can y'all see it? Oh. Is that better? Sticker. All right. So we put the front pockets in. Did that. All right, stay stitched the back. All right. So we are now, if you are following the actual instructions, we are basically at step 20. That's what we're about to start. Meaning that we've done all the other steps first. See, look how far we've come. Also, the one thing I'm not doing is, why would I put a carrier there? That's stupid. What is that for? We're not doing that. So they want you to put a carrier on the side of your pocket. I ain't doing that. I can't use that. But I'm not putting the belt carriers in because it has the parachute thing and the string inside of it. I'm not putting the belt loops on mine. It just felt redundant. We're not. Okay, so now we are about to do the front. So what we're going to do with the front is we're going to stitch it together at the dot around the crotch. We're going to go up above that. We're going to reinforce that area. So to do that, what I'm about to do is I'm about to find my pattern piece and mark on one side where that dot is. And then put them right sides together, and we're going to put that in there. Now, I like the length of these shorts, but they seem a little wider than what I want. Why is that always the case for the big people shorts? I mean, yes, I have a big people waist, but I still want to be snatched in. Just because I have a big people waist don't mean I got big people, like my thighs is massive like this. Jeez, oh Pete's. I don't know if that brought you up higher or not, but hold on. There we go. There we go. So we're going to find our pattern piece for the front. And the thing that we need now is we want to make sure that we put in this large dot. All right, Dejanay. They do us wrong, I tell you. It's a conspiracy. So, one thing I also do, as you can see here, it shows you for the fold line for the right side. So, the way that I am measuring that out and the way that I mark that is I literally put a snip inside my pattern. So, I make extra little notches for indicators that this means something. But also, what helps is that when I am putting this back on my pattern piece, I can easily line this back up and everything lines up. There we go. Just a little something I've learned along the way. So literally I am putting, my pattern pieces usually have so many more knots or like notches than are actually called for. And that's because I'm putting them there. I find that it's easier for me to do the work that I need to do with my project if I just have extra markings on my thing. Now, because I am having just to do a little bit more paying attention, making sure everything lines up, because I serge mines. And when you serge, you are, especially one single layer fabric, there's still a level of distortion that can happen. So I am just being very mindful of how my stuff comes together. All right, so I made my little dot there. So bring y'all back down and we're gonna go right back to looking at the machine. So using that large dot, I'm going to sew between here and my notches. And by notches, it means, of course, that bottom notch right at the, in the crotch area. We're going to use 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, and we're going to do, I'm doing around 15 stitches per inch. Ooh, ear. And 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. There we go. And with this project, what I'm planning to do is all of my seam allowances will be pressed open because they're already serged. So that makes it easier. Check again. Okay. And we're starting a little bit above that seam allowance there. Me all the way off. I can't even find my live anymore. Am I live? Okay. Can y'all see me? All right. We're back. I don't know what just happened. A whole bunch of nonsense that led to me doing a lot of cussing. We rolling with it. If I knock out, I'm still recording. This will be available on YouTube. That's what we're gonna do. Even if I have to jump off, no, I'm trying to come back. So, anywho, so I went ahead and there you go. I went ahead and the feedback, you were hearing my phone. I had my phone up louder so I could hear, just in case I wanted to see if y'all could hear or anything like that. I went ahead and did this. So I went ahead and did from the dot all the way to the notch. I'm now going to press that open. And on my right side, what we're going to do is we are going to fold over just that fold line under so that then it can be ready for the zipper. Okay? So let's go do that. I'll be right back. We'll see if this still works. Talk amongst yourselves. So I'm just checking my seam allowances in some places, making sure I'm on point. All right. Okay. So we went ahead and pressed under. Yeah, I'll tell you, some of this music, you just pick it up real fast. I tell you. All right. So one side is already pressed under, ready to go. Now we're going to probably start working on the next side, but we're going to follow the instructions for this zipper. Because everybody do a little zip a little differently. So the reason we chose this music today, this is copyright free, chill, no words. Meaning that I can then post it on YouTube. So we are trying something. Under, front. Oh, so you work on this side of the zipper first. Interessante. Interessante. Okay. Cool. All right, so I'm using a nylon zipper, like your regular poly zipper. Normally, I am a snob when it comes to certain things. I do not like I am weird. If I can, I usually try to use a metal zipper in pants, like a jean zipper. I don't know why. It just feels more sturdy to me. But we paying attention today, and we're gonna use what they tell us to use. So this is a 7-inch poly zipper. This is the presser foot. Hey, Queen Sarah. I will be using, so this is an adjustable zipper foot. So because this machine does not have needle positioning, I'm not changing the position of my needle. I'm changing the position of the foot. It's really cool. So it has not come out yet. It comes out on Tuesday. So you haven't missed it yet. But I've been doing, like, I've done podcasts. Probably I started doing like podcast episodes and stuff with people almost that first year after sewing. So there is a podcast called Maker Style that I was part of. Ooh, wait a minute. That was really cool. There we go. And that podcast is no longer. There we go. I'm like, wait a minute, this don't seem like it's about to fit. But yeah, I talk to people, like, you know, I talk to people for a living. So it's really not that hard for me to do like talking stuff. It's really kind of fun. I get more intimidated with certain teaching stuff. I'll be 100% with you on that one. Some of that stuff will scare me. So I am choosing to make sure that my zipper. Well, I can shorten it from the top. Well, no. Yeah, okay. So we are making Know Me Me2041, which are this pattern. We're doing these shorts here, and I'm doing them in the orange linen. So right now we are about to put in a zipper. So the way that they have you do this first is that normally you work on the left side first. Here they have you working on the right side first. So I am about to, the side that I've already folded down, what I'm now doing is I'm going in and placing my zipper. And I'm just pinning mine in place, okay? And I do have some like remaining zipper underneath it. What I'm going to end up doing is we're going to put this zipper in place first, and the rest of it I will cut away. So what I try to make sure is that like my zipper, like teeth and stuff like that, do not fall into the line of my stitching where it's going to cause like, there's like a little metal piece that can get like all jammed up in it. So actually I'm going to bring my zipper down just a tad bit more for my comfort. Like literally about 1/8 of an inch or so. We're going to check it again. It's always interesting with this because this is like lo-fi music, as they call it. Like I always end up start making it a game to see if I can kind of predict what they're gonna play next, like in terms of their note progression. So instead of actually sewing this in place, my plan, I'm just going to pin this on for right now because we need to still make the back piece of it. So let's go ahead and pull that piece out, and I'll do that first. Now my thing says I am fine, but my phone is like, I don't know if my phone is off, like, cause my phone has worse reception, but it still shows people here. So hey peoples. And it still says I still have good connection. So we working with it, Like literally right now, I'll show you what my phone is showing me. This is what my phone's giving me. Oh, there we go. This is why I stopped going live with my cell phone. How long have I been sewing? Since 2016. Okay, so now let's pull out our front piece. There we go. So this is the piece for the right side. Here you go. What they will have you do is, with the right sides together, we're going to fold this in half. And they will have you go ahead and just do this edge. And I'm not using and of course I put my new foot on. Should have waited and still use my regular foot first. So let's do that first. So I just had an idea. Let me know what y'all think of it. So, y'all know I got a lot of machines. When I do lives, would y'all like to choose which machines I use? Like if I put a poll out in my stories or something like that, and y'all can kind of choose which machine I use. That'll give you a chance to see how they work, see how they operate, all that good stuff. Let me know if you're interested in that. Then I can fully show. Oh, not y'all saying yes already, Jeezel. All right, okay, we'll do that next time. Now it'll probably be. I might start doing it for some of the prototyping of my suit. I can change machines in my vintage collection. But then after that, we have machines that we can choose from. So, what they have you do is with right sides together, they have you do that bottom curve so that can all be put in place. Now, this will be caught in with the seam allowance. As you can see, I did not serge this edge. And I'm going to go ahead and serge it because I will feel better because everything else is serged. So we're going to wait for the serger to warm up for that piece. And while we do that, what we can do is let's take this other piece, which is our other front. There we go. There we go. So we're about to do that one first. But while we wait, we will mark both sides this piece. All right, so I just marked my other piece so that I can make sure that I can keep going. There you go. All right. So, but the serger's on, so let's, oh, okay. And what's interesting, so this is my serger, and it's telling me, ooh, there you go, that it's basically time for some oiling. So, which is always good to know. So probably what I would do when I get off of here, I will take my little mini vacuum here. I think I got this one off of Amazon, but if you go to Terrence Williams Designs Linktree, he has an affiliate link. If you do not have they have one off of Temu. I know that he purchased. I think Carmen has it. So there's some other options that you can go to for that. Everything is pretty clean. There you go. And what's interesting is that you can kind of move it up and see exactly where you need to oil it. And since we here, and I gave it enough of a look clean, we are going to look. There we go. Where I need to put a little oil at. There you go. A lot of oil. All right. So yeah, definitely check it because I think, and especially if you start a new one and if you don't have one previously, so many discounts and stuff that you can get. But those, and do not get one that blows. You just get one that sucks. But they are vitally important and it can help you in cleaning your machine. Another thing is I get like little brushes and stuff from the Dollar Tree or Harbor Freight. Like I think they're called welding brushes. They come in large packs, so always keep brushes near all your machines. But that message for your, like, you do not usually need to do a lot of oiling of your serger. With all the dust that your serger creates, make sure that you're cleaning it out first. Because it will literally just create a glue with oil and dust. So make sure that you're doing that first. All right. So now that that's done, I'm about to take this over. I'm going to give this a quick press before we put it on. Press. Yep, those acid brushes. They the business. I keep some of them. I have one over here somewhere, but I've made a mess. So no telling where it's at in my mess of things that are around my sewing machine. But let me see. I also keep a drawer full of them. Well, at least I don't know if they made them to the drawer. Did they? But anywho's, yes, those acid brushes are amazing. So, because while you do vacuum, you still need to go back through and sometimes help the vacuum with other pieces that get stuck. So that's where the brushes come in play. And now I'm wondering where my brushes are at. But anywho's, we're about to take this fly piece. We're going to sandwich the zipper between this and the fly piece itself. So, there we go. Like that. Okay. So, because you want this piece coming out so that when you open up your zipper, you have your fly facing. So, and now what I'm about to do is I'm about to sew this on in all one stitch. Just top stitching it down the side of the zipper. Now we got to change our foot again. But, you know, I haven't been excited about a machine in a while. Ooh, excuse me. I'm really excited about this this Vigarelli. It's going to be cool. Now, I still want the fantasy. I still want the big kahuna one, but I'm excited to start with this one. It was funny. On eBay, I've been offered two Neki Supernovas. But I'm particular about the Supernova I want. Because first of all, I don't like cams, like external cams that you gotta put into a machine. They're not my favorite. But if I get a Neki, I want the Ultra or the Ultra Mark II, because there is a special cam that does buttonholes that are fully automatic. And I don't know which, like, how do you know which machine you need to do that with? So I'm trying to figure that out. The problem is the places that I've seen the Neki that does have the cams and stuff with it do not have that thing. But then to buy just the box of cams and accessories that have that piece are like each $100. And I'm like, I'm about to be $300 into a machine. And I don't know if I'm feeling that right now. You know, I don't know if I need that. You know, I'm fiscally irresponsible, yes, but I ain't lost all of my financial sense. So, just a little bit of it. Not all of it. Just a little bit. So I'm partial to finding machines and stuff like that that do not require cams. So I'd rather have less stitches that don't require cams. Because I'm like, I don't use special stitches often. So what I'm doing is I'm just going through, and I always like to make sure I'm laying it the way I want it to lay, at least to get me started with. And we are going to use almost a base thing, or almost a top stitch length sewing of the zipper, because we done top stitch so much else of it. This stitch is one of those stitches that can be seen. Right. A lot of people don't use cams if you don't have to. So, there you go. But also, and then the cams are just basically decorative. So like you get Greek keys and little egg and dart designs and such like that, but nothing like that's going to help really in the construction and sewing. But you have to understand, of that time frame, that's how they sold machines, because you know you were still using a lot of what's it called? You were using a lot of like cottons and stuff like that. So wasn't too much you gonna use like some of these utility stitches for, like that were purposely made for knits. So they were trying to say like, oh, look at all the beautiful stitches. Like you can make all the designs, all the bric-a-brac. Look at this beautiful toilet paper cozy with this beautiful design on it. Looks just at home in your house. Hello, Janine. I should have dropped that down. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. So then we test it out, make sure everything works. There you go. So we have the fly in with our fly facing. Now we're going to work on the other side. Yes. Well, even for crazy quilts, I'm like, that's just not me. That's not what I do. But anywhoodles. I mean, but it works for crazy quilts. But you know, you normally will see it on pillows and whatnots. You know. Okay. So what is this next piece? So this one, trim facing, understitch, turn. Okay. That. So now we're putting the fly facing to the other side, right sides together. We're going to match up our notches. Will help make sure everything is in place correctly. And then we're going to take a look at the seam allowance just one more time. Make sure that we are sewing this at the correct seam allowance here. Oh yeah, it is high. Okay, cool. So I'm changing my foot again. Like this is where you do a lot of your feet changing. What sucks is with this foot, like I can't do how I normally do and like twist the foot around for, hold on. I have a box. Let's see. Nope. So the straight foot has it just up and down, where other foot has it where I can loop it around the screw. So, you know, it's a little bit more work, but it's all right. So as you can see, the difference between the feet on this machine. So this one, I don't have to fully unscrew the screw to loop this around. While this one is I have to fully take out the screw to put my foot in. Now for my other machines, like for my industrial, I have a quick release to make this a lot easier. But for this one, we just gonna go with, we ain't gonna tempt it too much. We just gonna do what it asked me to do. I thought I had coffee left. About to get excited. See you later, Queen Sarah. Have a wonderful day. Happy Sunday. You know, and here's the brush I was looking for. This is a little acid brush. But now I'm looking for my seam guide. There it is. I always keep one by my machine just to check, especially with this one not having markings on the plate. Just a vitally important piece if you want to make sure that you're using the proper seam allowance. All right, so but before we do that, we're going to check my pattern piece to make sure I'm using the proper seam allowance. So this calls for, yeah, okay. This calls for your regular like 5/8 of an inch. So, had it painted? No, I want to get one painted. I absolutely want to get one painted, but I haven't done it yet. Finding somebody to do it and all this other stuff, I'm like, I don't know how none of this works. It seems real expensive too, so there's that piece. Did I not? I don't think I put them in there, that's why. That's why. Oh, well, okay. So, we are now going to sew on our front, our fly facing on the left-hand side, 5/8 of an inch from the dot on up. So I'm just kind of making sure I have my seam allowance. I don't have anything else in the way. There we go. Hey, Carmen. Hope you're well. Looked like you had a fun time. It was giving very much New Year's and Weezens. You will just pop out with the hiccups. But I'm glad you had a good time. All right, so just like I did on the pocket and stuff like that, I'm now going to press the seam allowance to the actual facing. We're going to understitch it. Oh, a car wrap company. So usually it is cheaper to go that route, but just the full taking apart of stuff to make it ready for paint is what I'm concerned about. And to do all the celebrate. Chad, I don't know what I ain't doing all that. Okay, I was trying to give another go, but you know it's doing too much. All right, for driving back, how you feel? You still got the hiccup? Ooh, child. You had big fun in Baltimore almost. Or you had big fun in Maryland. You was giving up Vanessa. Y'all was playing Chug-a-Lug. But the hair's cute, honey. Honey, but yes. I didn't know if we had to get some tea and play some Chug-a-Lug. The alphabet game for you. All right. So now that I've understitched this, I'm going to go and press this, and I'll be right back. All right. So, give you a little pen. I could tell a time was had. A time. I'm like, I hope that time this morning was had with some Tylenol or something. I was worried about you. All right, so this is what the pants are going to end up looking like. We're going to make sure that this is straight so that it's fully covering the zipper and stuff like that. And then we are going to go ahead, and the way that we're going to do it from the back, we're going to make sure that we're pushing, moving this facing out the way. We're going to push that over to the side and make sure, see, and the funny thing is this ain't smooth to me yet because it's still like, I can still see a little bit over there, so I still got some work to do. I just need to make sure that that is fully pressed and stuff like that. So usually at this point, what you can do is you can edge stitch this in place, or not edge stitch this. You're doing basting. You can baste this in place just to hold it in place while you do this. But we pin basting today because we ain't got time. So we're gonna pull this up. But yeah, I saw so many people who went to the concert, had a good time. You know, if nothing else, it's the black joy that is needed. You know, and especially after, what's his name, O'Shea, was killed this past week, and the counter memorial balls being had all around New York and stuff like that right now. It's sad that this has to happen, but it shows the resilience and stuff like that. It's sad that it also fly. I'm not quitting. So what's going on with the fly? What you mean? What's your struggle? How can I help you? Feel free, yeah. Or if you need to come up and ask questions or anything like that, feel free. What I'm doing now is like I'm making sure that that is right in place the way I want it to be. And I am going back through and I am I'm going ahead and pinning my zipper itself, the zipper tape, to the actual facing of the like the left side of the fly, and then we'll top stitch that on. Okay. So yeah. There we go. See, this is the way I want to make sure that it is. That when I'm laying it out, that's important to me. I don't want to see none of that right side stitching. And you know, everybody's different, but that is my own idiosyncrasy when I'm sewing up, especially a fly. Because you know, if there's any puckers, if it look wrong, everybody's staring at your crotch. I ain't saying that's a bad thing. But if I wanted people to do that, I would have made these in gray and not wear draws. Just saying. Just saying. On a Sunday. All right, so now from the back side, what I'm doing is we're going to move that pin, that out the way. And the rest, like everything is out the way, and it's just going to be the zipper tape and the facing. And we're going to put some pins in that as well. Ooh, and I just dropped the pin. I'm just saying, I remember I was in church one time and I had joined the new church. And as my friends, as we later said, this church had a spirit of just lust on it. I remember getting pulled to the side and saying, honey, you look crotch heavy. Saying that like I just looked like I had like a lot of stuff going on in front of my pants. So from then on, proper draws, even for men's, it's important. I'm just saying. Fun stories of my life. And I wasn't doing, I mean, I had on a pair of dress pants. They were like a thinner knit, but yeah, I got called out, pulled aside, and said that I need to watch what I'm wearing in church. That ain't never happened again. I will say that. I'm modest now. And I keep myself all together the way I need to. But also, it called into question, why are you staring at my crotch at church? You know. Questions that still need answers. Questions that still need answers. I ain't get the handkerchief. Not then. But you know, sometimes you gotta keep a scarf or something ready. And make sure your shirt's long enough. And you know, this back in the day, everybody was wearing, like, it was high holy days. You gotta wear white. You have to have your white. You had to have your drawers ready to go. You know, the right drawers for the right outfit. People be thinking that you can wear white drawers with your stuff, and I'm like, no, that's not how that works. People need to have a undergarments class again. I know I'm sounding real like I'm from Alabama or Mississippi right now, but when I start talking about stuff, I just sound real country. My bad. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. I just sound sometimes like I'm from the South. But yeah, undergarments. Yes, black drawers, black, please. I don't have to tell so many people. Don't you come up in here in no white drawers for this all white party. Don't you embarrass yourself like that. And people don't seem to understand, especially for black skin, the need for black drawers. I'm like, yeah, no, don't do that. Because if you really not trying to show anything, you need black, or at least a good dark nude. It's counterproductive, I know, in the way it sounds. The same way, they need to come out with a slit pattern, because if people need slips too. And we need more body shapers for men. Not to make smaller, but just to smooth sometimes. For some of these fabrics and some of these styles. Even some of these skinny men's. You need a little smoothing. it just doesn't happen. So either a lot of people think, you know, a dress with the lining is all you need. When for certain things, with certain tights, you do need a slip. I know I'm a dude, and I'm all about women's empowerment. Thank you. Her dad wasn't. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. I've had to tell people, I'm like, you know, I'm not trying to look or anything like that, but you look, especially if they trying to look right. If you look good, do not have on the wrong drawers. We just don't think about our undergarments the way that former generations did. I mean, but also, you know, we up here working out for bodies so that we look a certain way in clothes. When back in the day, it was all about the stuff we put on to make our clothes look amazing. It wasn't about us. So, you've had to make a slip a few times. So, yes, I don't like some of those like that are super short and it looks obvious. It looks obvious. And we don't like another thing that people don't talk about. Like people love to get these sheer dresses and all these other things, wanting to look like Beyonce and stuff like that. But nobody is talking about getting some tea and dyeing the mesh. Getting something to dye the mesh to match your skin tone. Please. You mess up the illusion when it don't match. You looking like casket number 5 and then looking like dark mahogany around the face. I'm just saying. Do not look casket sharp from the waist, like from the neck down. And then your face is 7 shades darker. Like there's ways that you can dye that. And designers dye it. If you are getting a custom made, make sure they are dyeing your power mesh. Please. My God. It's already too much. We got every dress out here being some color of nude. Now, no, I'm all for looking halfway naked. Lord knows. When I lose a little bit more weight, y'all ain't gonna see me in a piece of clothing, ever. If they thought I was looking crotch heavy before, look out, Jesus. But, man. But yes, foundations, I think, you know, we just don't talk about foundations. And then people want to wear like vintage clothing, not realizing that, yes, you're getting these patterns. Like if you get remake patterns, the remake patterns are not going to look like vintage unless you have on a slip, unless you have on, a lot of times, a long line bra, a Mary Widow bra. You need a long line bra. It's not to be out here constricting you, but that's just the way those silhouettes work. You need that on if you are trying to obtain that look. Period. The same with, so what I've just went ahead and did is I'm about to move out the way, making sure that I do not catch any of my back zipper facing. But I just made a few little dots on here with my pen so that I can go ahead and start to put in my top stitching on the front. They are hard to find. I've seen a lot of people starting to make like the long line bras, but like you don't hear about them. But the same way that a lot of people, you're not getting, if people, like, let's be real, sometimes you do need to get fitted for your bra. Period. Like you need to get a proper size bra. You're like, especially, and you know, the clothes that you are wearing and the way that you measured yourself, your measurements change if you're wearing a different bra. You can't be making a dress and taking your measurements with your bust points in a sports bra thinking that you're going to look high and lifted up when the dress is done. Proper undergarments are important. Not just, and this is not, again, I'm not policing a woman's body. The body is beautiful, but I know how you want to look. And I want to help you get there. Oh, there would never be a mistaking. It's not about even changing the shape. It's changing the position. It's not smashing down. It's all about the positioning. Because I remember I made a dress for a friend and she tried it on and she didn't have on the right bra. I'm like, girl, they at your knee. How we fixing this? And she's like, oh, you know, I'll have on the right, like, and the right bra changed everything. And again, you can't always put all of that pressure on your on your shoulders. Start looking at long lines. Look at things that go from your waist or lower. Look at your girdles and stuff like that, because it provides support for the back, especially if you are top heavy. I'm just saying. Again, this is, some people would, you think of these like different garments and stuff as constricting and, oh, they're taking away my liberation, child, and you wonder why your back hurt. There's a reason that a lot of people in many generations before us wore different types of why they wore girdles and they wore corsets and they wore stays. Even the people who were just who were worker people, not because they wanted, like, not because that was only the time, but that was a way of support. Especially if you had a larger chest, if you're doing a lot of work, that's a way to hold everything in place and also provide that back support. Nowadays, we don't have that back support, and you trying to get these natural body shapes, thinking like, oh, all the people in the olden days had such amazing things. That was all padding. Like, you naturally have squish. And if you want to look smaller at the waist, you make your skirt bigger. We don't do that. We trying to make the body do all of this, when before they knew better. The body's gonna body. We make the clothes do the work. That's what we paying for. And some girls need a girdle all the time. Then they help with straightening. They help with back support. It's not always about, like, you're not going for tight lace. You might get some reduction, 2 inches or so of reduction. Everybody got a little squish. I know I got squish. I love putting on a body shaper. It's like a hug. It's like a weighted blanket, especially when I'm anxious. Now, but I'm also the person, I'm the type of person, and I'm saying this because, like, I ain't gonna talk about a body shape and somebody need to wear it, and I not do it. I do it. I don't mind. I've worn 2 pairs of Spanx and traveled hours in it to go to a place without problem. So yeah, you know, it's just those things. Even skinnier, like their support, it holds everything up. It puts stuff in the places that it needs to be. So if you need that support, definitely that long line bra, it can help so much. So even if you're going to have the straps up here, instead of it stopping right here at a smaller, go for thicker. So go for like a mid-trunk, long line bra. All of that's going to help hold everything together. Just some thoughts from Julian on this Sunday. I don't know how we got there. Well, this is supposed to be men's Sunday. I don't know how we up here talking about bras and shit. But again, the body is beautiful by itself, so don't think. I mean, but they got good shapewear for bottom heavy people too. And it's not even about the size, because you don't have to be heavy, top heavy or anything like that. Sometimes you still just need that. Even sometimes it changes shape, it changes projection. So if you are struggling, do you have a bridal district in your area? Because you got to understand that you can't buy, like, a good bra don't come from Walmart or even Vicky's Secret or even sometimes Macy's. You got to go to like a bridal district. So Cincinnati, Ohio has the Reading Bridal District. So it's in Reading, Ohio, which is a city within a city. There are so many bridal shops there, but they also have lingerie shops. You go get fitted. Like my sisters and stuff like that. I have sisters and cousins. I think my sister, like one of my cousins is a J. One of them is an I. I have some that are H's. I wear 18 hours. Yes, they work. Exactly. I have large chested family. You go get that, and it holds things in place, and it holds things up so you are not feeling the weight on your shoulders and on your back, especially when the back tension is right. You don't have the rolls. Everything is, it just works. But you need to get professionally fitted, and that is usually something that you cannot do at your run-of-the-mill, like, even Vicky's, they ain't gonna have it. That ain't what you need. Lane Bryant, sometimes, yes, they do have an option. The butterfly bars and everything like that. But that really ain't it. That ain't it. With Soma, okay. But honestly, like, anybody past a certain size, I would really, 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 truly suggest finding like a dress shop in your area, or like the bridal district in your area, and going to get measured and going to get a true professional bra. Especially like if you are not always a fan of how you're shaped. 40 and I'm a 30. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah. So yeah, you need to go ahead and find, like, even Ask David's Bridal, or like find like one of those type of shops, like any type of dress shop, any type of bridal shop in your area. Go there, ask. Usually around the bridal shops, they have stuff like, they'll tell you where you can go for a honeymoon night. So they can help you find the right size bra that you will need. And it's just one of those things, like, people don't understand the confidence that some of these clothes, like, when you get the clothing that works for you, you buy them. See, look, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. But when it fits and when it works, y'all be standing so tall. So I'm going slow because I know I'm going over the zipper area, and I just want to make sure that I ain't messing up nothing. All right. Did I do everything right? I think I did. We got to find out. Ooh. That's what we didn't want to do, but we did it. So we broke a needle, but we knew that was probably going to come. Luckily, that's why we keep needles, but it was on the back stitch, so we good. Let's look at it first, while I then go change my needle. And this is also why you keep needles like you keep drawers. It just makes it easier to change. What did it break on? Child, why did it break? I was up here worried. I was up here trying to make sure I was missing the zipper part. It was nowhere near that. Oh well. Pattern that includes a slip, an adjustable straps, and lace. There you go. Also, another good pattern to look for, early stretch and sew. They have panty girdles or in girdle patterns with a tummy shaper here. So that's a good option. But overall, when I give this a good press, get out the black marks and stuff like that, our zipper fly is done. Fly is done. All right, so let me change my needle, and then we will start to put together the backs and sides and all that other stuff. So not even Joann's. So if you want to get like those smaller size like you just want the smaller packs, I would not go to Joann's. I would go to Walmart. Walmart has them cheaper, even on sale. Now, if you are looking for like larger sizes, so like the way I buy my needles for my machines is I get them like this. This is 100 needles in here for my main machine. I have this. If you go to my Like to Know place, they are at the place that everybody shops at in my store. And usually like for 100 needles, they're like $30-something. But just think about how, like 100 needles, instead of you paying $10 to $12 for maybe 10 needles. So that's the way that I buy them. And I buy them for, I buy them usually like in my regular size, which is an 80. I knew that black coffee, yes, I knew that was necessary, honey. Because you had a time last night. You had a time last night. So I know the reasons. Reasons. The reasons that we feel. But absolutely, yes. Buy needles and grows. It makes it so much easier. So much easier. And it's quicker, it's easier. Everything just makes it easy. Now, I just changed my needle and literally changed my needle, rethreaded my machine that fast. It wasn't over here. She ain't do that over here. She did that over in the projects. Because in the projects, they be drinking that E&J and those 40s. She had one of them 40s last night. At least that's what it sounded like. The way she was hiccuping. Nikki, you need to go check the stories. That's all I'm gonna say. But she was having some wheezings. It was so great. It was so wonderful. Child, it was hilarious. But yes, buy your needles and grows. Okay. So I'm about to go give this a quick press using my press cloth. And then we will start putting these all together. Yes, honey. Yes. As she said, she don't do it often, but she had fun. We were in the suite next to Camille. All right, come on now. Y'all big ballers. I love it. That means all the Secret Service was there. Not you showing your ass in front of the mama's aunties and everybody else. I mean, that's a whole different experience. I love it for you. Had her first drink last night? Oh, poor babe. 45. Jesus! That's so beautiful. She's so wholesome. That was not my ministry. I mean, I ain't even do it that much, but All right, so front is done. We are now going to take our cup. Still, same level. Praise the Lord. That's probably why your stuff didn't work. So, look in here. What do they want you to start at first? All right, so Vintage Bartek, I ain't doing all that. This is still open. So now that we have done that, we are now going to take our backs to our front and we're going to sew them at the inside leg seams. 640. All right. Right. Go check the rental property. Go check the investment property. But it was a blessing your phone ain't work. Less evidence, praise the Lord. We of that age, we can't be. Less evidence of our actions. Like one of those things, like, you know, I have one of them jobs I have to sign a clause in my thing saying that things I put online as well as the way I act in public at any place cannot reflect poorly on my organization. So, you know, sometimes it's best to not have cameras and everything else. Oh, I figured ain't none of that's getting posted. None of it can get posted. Amen. Hallelujah. All right. So we are now about to sew the backs. Hey, Mimi. Hope you're well. Happy Sunday. We are actually, I am doing Donnie's pattern. We are doing view B. So we are about to sew the backs of the front at the inside leg. And we're going to do that at 5/8 of an inch. I'm about to change my foot again. And keep on going. Everybody say hi to Mimi. If you haven't gotten her book, go get her book. Go check out her page. She just showed all the different ways that you can style up all the different projects in her book. If you haven't seen some of the many things that Carmen has done with the book and so many of the different patterns and stuff like that, definitely something to go check out. It's a really awesome book to have, like a base pattern wardrobe, and then shown how you can hack it to make basically anything that you want. And really, all of those type of things you can also learn how to do with any pattern. So definitely something to check out. But like, so the things that you learn in that book, you can basically take and use them on any pattern that you have. Something really, really to check out. Absolutely. I know some of our BSN members, I know like Dejanay, she was at your book signing yesterday. It seemed really awesome. All right. So we are now going to sew this again at 5/8 of an inch. And then because I went ahead and absolutely, she's amazing. And she's been doing a lot of the sew alongs too, as you know, because we're doing all of the Know Me summer line. We've been doing sew alongs for them. So we started off with Scorpios. This week I think they have Norris will be happening. Then Erica's is still happening and stuff like that. So yeah, we've been busy bees over here, letting people know about the different patterns. So she had a book signing at Melanated Fabrics yesterday for her book. Oh, good. Thank you. I'm glad. Wanted to come out with a little something different. All right. So I'm still at my 15 inches or 15 stitches per inch. Let me see. Yeah, we're all straight here. Oh, nope. No. I don't like that. What is it doing? That ain't right. Something is off. What is off? Something don't feel right. Is it my needle? Oh, there it is. There it is. My needle was slipping out. Well, enjoy. You can send me a plate to Cincinnati, but enjoy yourself. Talk to you later. All right. So sometimes you just got to check to make sure your needle's all in the right places and stuff like that. Now, we're going to sew this at 5/8 of an inch. There we go. I was like, why is my stuff not centered? And we're literally just doing the two side seams. So we have not done at Gumbo Greens. Oh, that sounds good. How you do your roux? What color was your roux? I think that's the most important part. That roux better be the right color. I don't want no light bright roux. It can't be no high yellow roux. It gotta be a brown skin girl roux color. I'm just saying. There's certain things I'm old school about. Undergarments and certain cookings. You can't be out here half-assing it. I'm just saying. Shoot, what time is it? I might have to order me some chitlins. Now, that's one thing I do. So if you have not done this before, one place that I like to get a lot of like interesting food. Yes. Oh, praise the Lord. You know, I'm just saying. But even sometimes, you see some people, they be making it and I'm like, this ain't the right color. This ain't the right color. It need to be me with a suntan color. Light roux chicken. So, I mean, because light roux, like you do use light roux, because I think you do use that in etouffee, jambalaya. Like, there are light colors for things, but like for gumbo has to have that color. That's that flavor. It's important. So I am like, no, my family's a snob about cooking. Partially because my father's a chef. But yeah, chicken should be. But yeah, so my father's a chef, as I was telling Brittany and them yesterday. So he worked at a restaurant here that actually is about to close. Here in the city called the Phoenix. So he used to do like a lot of the private catering and stuff for the Reds. When they used to have Obama, Clinton's, and stuff like that would campaign here, he would cook for them. He would do all the cooking and stuff for them. So cooking is something that I know about. Like, it's one of the things that's in here. I have a lot of things in here. I don't like doing it unless it's a holiday. So like, I remember, like, I don't cook meats. So like, I don't fry chicken or none of that. I can do a mean ass turkey for Thanksgiving. I like to bake, so I like to do the pound cakes and the 7-Up cakes and the Coca-Cola cakes, chess cakes. I've done brown sugar pies or butterscotch pies, lemon meringue pies. And I don't cook like, I like to cook like a grandmama, like for a church anniversary. Those are like, it reminds me of my grandparents who have died, and that's important to me. Like, the reason I sew is it's a calling to my ancestors. It's a way I connect with them. So the same with cooking, but it has to happen around the holiday. I've never heard of oh Jesus, bless your heart. No. 7-Up cake. Your grandmama, somebody probably has made you a 7-Up cake. If you've gone up in anybody's church and it went to a church barbecue or fish fry, they don't have a 7-Up cake. I'm sure they have. It's a pound cake made with 7-Up as kind of like to add that effervescence and that lemon flavoring. Philadelphia cream cheese pound cakes. Then you have chess cake, which is a gooey butter cake in St. Louis, but it's a chess cake. Chess pie. The history of it started in Kentucky. Basically, somebody did not have socket tubing cake. Yeah, I don't do a lot of socket tubing cake, but yeah, chess cake. If you go. It is, so the way this cake is made with a box of cake, butter, and eggs to make a crust. Then you're making a topping for it out of powdered sugar, cream cheese, and eggs with a little vanilla and lemon flavoring. And it's basically what she has. So she has some sugar, she has some flour, she has some cornmeal, some vinegar, stuff like that. And put it together. When somebody asks, like, this pie is delicious, what do you have? Oh, it's just pie. They didn't know they said it's just pie. They thought they said it's chess pie. That's how you get chess pie. But it's all from a line of vinegar, buttermilk pies, like a custardy pies. That's how you get chess pie. But yes, ooey cakes. Oh, they are my favorite. They are my family's favorite, too. And then I started doing, so usually for Thanksgiving, I do like 3 or so desserts. So I might do, I usually do a pound cake. So either a Philadelphia cream cheese or a 7-Up cake. Then I do, chess cake, because my family would kill me if I didn't. And then if I want some chocolate, I will do a Coca-Cola cake. Coca-Cola cake has, cocoa, and it's like a hot water cake. and like with marshmallows and stuff like that. I ain't never had a key lime cake. That sounds good though. But yeah, I like making cakes. I love making cakes. Those are some of my favorites. All right, so we sewed the inside legs. What I'm about to do is I'm about to go press these seams open. From there, what I'm going to do is we're going to do up the back seam. So we're going to do, yep, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. It has Coca-Cola in it, but it's a chocolate cake. So imagine Coca-Cola with chocolate. And it's like a very fudgy cake. It's delicious. And it has like, it's on icing and stuff like that. It's, oh. I'm trying to lose weight. Y'all about to make me fat. So that's one. That was actually one thing I was thinking of as you were talking about BSN bakes. Look, you can send me a few pieces over this way. I'll greatly appreciate it. I'm sewing, so I can't cook right now. But I would appreciate just a slice, and not no. I'm trying to be skinny slice. Give me a good hunk, because you gotta have that good bunt pan, like the Viking or the Nordic bunt pans, and because it gotta be heavy. Don't give me no light pan. It gotta have some weight on it. I gotta be able to knock you out if I hit you in the face with it. Oh yeah, I've heard that was a good book. So I have my grandmother's old Good Housekeeping manual that is like a big old binder, and that you add supplements to. So much fun. But so my partner, we like history. So he just bought a copy of A Date with a Dish, which was the Ebony cookbook. So we have that. Then we also have it's a First Black cookbook. Uncle somebody. From the 1890s, it was a Pullman Porter. So we have his cookbook. We don't have it. It's a facsimile. It's not a real one. And then there's another caterer, black caterer from the like early 1900s, talking about Creole recipes and stuff like that you would make for like head tables. Like some of these recipes, I'm like, oh, I would never, ever in life. This sounds so disgusting. Hey Grace. But yeah, we like historical cooking. Like, and I like watching like Dylan. I think his name is Dylan, who just came out with a cookbook. And then there's A Taste of History. I like watching like historical cooking, but I love like mid-century cooking, but also like black families. So like those early Vogue, or not Vogue, Ebony magazines and stuff like that of that time. So there is a person on YouTube, Serena, Sewrena, Serena. She just installed a new tone, like kitchen center in her house, which is like it was like a built-in mixer, blender, all the different things in a thing. High on the Hog. Yes, that is good to watch. It's so cool. So cool. I love, like, I have a vintage, I think I have a 1930s mixer. It's like my grandmother's. Because I remember my grandmother, like, making cakes and stuff with her. That's how I learned. So. And the way my family does it in my house, once you learn how to make something, it's yours until it's passed down to the next. Like, I'm at the point now where I'm about to start passing down recipes. So, like, I've always been, like, I learned how to make the cakes and stuff like that. My mother did it before me. Once I learned how to do it when I was in my, 20, my mother stopped and I took over. So I'm now about to be 37. So I'm about to probably pass it on to one of my cousins. They will learn how to make the cakes, and then I will stop and they will do. So for like my family's house, I do macaroni and cheese and then a lot of desserts. and maybe corn pudding or something like that. So I'm gonna stop that, and then we'll start doing that. Hey, hey. So, meanwhile, while we talking about cakes, I'm still sewing here. Uh, so what I'm about to do is I'm about to take this. I put the two backs together. We are now about to do the end crotch seam, and then the next part after this will be the side seams. I am not going to hem this tonight, because you know we don't hem on here. I want to do that, but none of them want to. They have to learn. Yes, corn pudding. So it's like and by corn pudding, I don't mean like the cornbread with corn in it. No, this is corn pudding. So it's like a corn souffle or a corn custard. It is like corn. It is cream corn. It is eggs. It is cream. You're supposed to use milk, but I'm fat. Cream, and all these different things, and you cook it, and it bakes. So literally the closed captioning, it's now doing that automatically. But yeah, it's all together, and it makes it into something delicious. I love corn pudding. With cinnamon, like, you know, with the sugar and cinnamon and vanilla. Ooh, yes. It is delicious. Oh yeah, I'll share it to you. Let me find it, and I'll text or message me on Instagram, and then I will share it over. Oh no, it's good. It's good. I mean, it's not like pudding. It's a corn. It's a corn. It's not even a dessert. It's a sweet side dish. So, my family now, some of my family will do different chocolates and different things like that. Pralines is not really something that we do a lot of. No. We used to do like peanut brittles and stuff like that. And then, like, you know, sometimes me and my partner, we will do, instead of like regular desserts or regular like gifts for the holidays, we used to do cookies and like handmade creams, like so shea butter, moisturizers and stuff like that. And those will be our holiday gifts for people, like for family members and stuff like that. But yeah, you can't knock corn pudding. Yes, but I love corn, so I'm a corn person. And right now I'm just making sure that all of as we are kind of rounding this curve, we want to make sure that we are lining back up with our front seam, and where we already had did some sewing there. So everything should basically line up. There you go. Cutting away some of my threads. Thank you for the fire in the heart. Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the heart me. So now I am going to, what is this? Child, I got pins everywhere. Okay. So my center seam is all sewn up, so I'm about to go take this over. I'm going to press this open, and also you won't like this then, because this is creamy. But yeah, it just adds to the sweetness. It's very sweet. So imagine a sweet potato pie with corn without the sweet potatoes. Similar vibe, but without a pie. Oh, I need anybody got a good carrot pie recipe or a good bean pie recipe? Them bean pies, I tell you. And a carrot pie. My God. Delicious. right. So we have pressed our center seam open. Oh, that sounds good. Never had pancakes with corn. That sounds interesting. And this is how we learn. See, we got to share. And it's things like, you know, this is a way, like, we are from different areas in the world and we have different family traditions. So to learn the different meals is always so much fun. That's what I missed to do. But it ain't about to get done now. Shit. So I forgot to search one of it. Ooh, corn fritters. Jesus. That sounds good with maple. Ooh, child. I'm hungry. Not really. I'm not hungry for real. But so I am making Know Me. This is ME2041. We are doing these shorts. So we're about to sew up the side seams, but I forgot this little piece on the pocket. I wanted to serge that real fast, just so that everything, when I press the seam open, everything can kind of match. And then we onto the waistband. Now the waistband will not have any serging. Now they go ahead and move it on its own. Jesus. There we go. There we go. One side. I'm going to do the other side real fast. I probably would have, but you know. So I'm using variegated rainbow. It's variegated rainbow thread. I mean, this is a simple sew. I probably could have. I mean, I've been going for about 4 hours. They ain't that bad, especially for a pair of pants. But yeah, I'm running my mouth, so I am fully running my mouth. Now, what we're going to do is now we're sewing up the side seam. And I like to use directional sewing, so we're going to start from the bottom and we're going to sew our way up. So, yeah, there we go. So I'll put one at the bottom. So much for hanging with me. We are getting there. Literally, we got these to do, and then next is waistband. So that's the fun part. I get to show y'all my buttonhole. I think I gotta figure out how they do it. So again, 5/8 of an inch. We're gonna do the side seams. There we go. Thank you so much, Chipmunk. Do you sew? I don't always do that. This pattern did not call for it. I ain't had a wardrobe malfunction where I done blew a crotch in a long time, especially not on a me-made garment. So it's normally I don't usually have to worry about that. But And also because I press my seams open, it's harder to do that double line of stitching there. In my opinion. That's just me. Just making sure everything lines up right. Actually, can I pull this out still? Or did I start sewing it? I did. Okay. That's fine. Oh yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. Child, it's all right. Do you want to come live and just hang out with me until I'm finished? I mean, but again, this is what happens when you up here don't take your rest like you need to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, wait a minute. How do I get my puzzle piece? There we go. There we go. We made the puzzle piece. Gown lining with horsehair. Ooh. Not trying to take you out. Keep it. Come on. You almost got it. You almost there. But yo, Terrence, if you just want to join me and chill out with me, please let me know. I'm glad you took a nap. That is so much more important than alive. Nobody has given Galaxy, so you ain't missing no money. You fine. Hey. Look, nothing wrong with take y'all naps. Naps are needed. Our minds be working. Sometimes you just gotta go to sleep. Nothing wrong with that. 'Cause Lord knows, I have missed a few lives that I was supposed to co-host with people because I took a nap. Especially if I had eaten, and if I go to sleep, it's a wrap. So yes, don't think y'all gotta be up here. Yeah, it ain't that deep. Take your rest. Hey, Renita. Hope you're well. We are almost there, though. We are headed home, almost. We are rounding that third. I'm about to repin this because I did not pin it the way I want to. There we go. So now that that's pinned, I'm just going to go back through and reverse my pins to this other side. There we go. There we go. Hey, how are you? And again, so I like to sew my legs from the bottom to the top. That's just usually an easier way for me. right. So before I turn these out, I'm going to take this back over and press all of my seams open on the sides, and then I'll be right back. Actually, to help with this process, to make it easier, sleeve board. Okay, first side done. Oh, there's a pin in it, that's why. Is there still a pin in this side? Oh, okay. Okay, so all of your side seams are nicely pressed. It's giving you, you try to make your insides look as good as your outsides. Then there you go. So far. So now we're about to start working on our waistband. Let's see what that entails. Let me grab my waistband pieces. So for the waistband, you have 4 for the back waistband. You have 2 for the 2 for the right front, and then 2 for the left front. Okay. Yes, it is a linen. It is a what color is this? A orange linen. All right. So now the fun part. So before we go too far in the waistband, so they want you to. All right. Okay. So before I start putting together all of the all of my pieces for the waistband, like all together, what I'm about to do is I'm about to go ahead and start marking my buttonholes that I need to make marks for. So because this pair of pants has basically buttonholes built in for the belt. So, but it also has a belt. It's the weirdest thing. So what I've decided to do is that I am omitting like all of the carriers and stuff like that for any other like an external belt, because I plan to just use my belt, like the belt that's built into the pants. So what I'm going through is I'm going in and I am making where my buttonhole, or where I'm going to be placing a buttonhole essentially to put this. And I'm going to do that on all of my pieces that are currently interfaced. So, there we go. So that's one side. Then we're going to do it to the left front as well. Okay. This as well. Okay. this one takes some of this kind of got stretched out a bit in the making. So, and like the pressing of the lining. So, just taking our time and adding that. And then I will show you how these buttonholes are made. Just want to make sure this shit lines up right. Okay. So this is this piece to there. There we go. So there. All right. And here and here. All right. Y'all want to see magic? Okay. Let's show you some magic. So, on this machine, it has built-in buttonholes. I'm going to take you in front of me. I can't do this blind, but we're going to see what we do. Oop. Okay, 1 second. There we go. I wish I could zoom out. Makes it easier. All right, so the first thing we're going to do first is we are going to, our stitches, we're going to take them up into this area here. Okay. Then you see here that we have buttonhole stitches over on this side. We are going to take this over and probably go to like a 5. So this is like, this doesn't stay. So you use these little knobs here, you push them in and you can push them to as far as you want to go. All right, so that's now set for that zigzag. Now, this area up here is where the rest of the zigzag is, okay? So we're going to put that to 1. That's what starts our buttonhole, okay? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop y'all down a bit to like right there. So that y'all not right up on my stuff. So I can make sure I can get my face in there to see what I need to see too. And we're going to start with this buttonhole here. Okay. All right. Let's look at magic. Oh, so I went the wrong way. So what I'm about to do is we're going to drop it. Well, actually, we're going to start again because that would be so much easier than me up here trying to do this the other way around. But we ain't going to get rid of these stitches either. We're just going to, I have to remember which way does this start. Okay. So what I'm about to do is I'm about to cycle through all the way to the beginning again. Okay. So we are cycled through to the beginning. And we're going to turn it upside down and literally go again. So basically, and start where it's, okay. Okay, so now I'm at the top of my buttonhole. I'm going to change it over to 2. That's what's going to do my top bar and come down. All right. Okay. And that is your buttonhole done. Neat, ain't it? So I'm about to turn y'all back to the machine a little bit, but I just wanted to show that little fun feature. It's easier when I can see where my buttonhole stops and starts, but you know, gotta show like, and this is again, this is all mechanical from the 50s, and it's not even a 4-step, it's a 2-step essentially. So we're about to run our way back to number 1 again. Well, hold on, because I don't feel like number 1. There we go. That's M. Back to 1. All right. So actually, I think I might want to go slightly wider. Actually, probably not. No, we'll keep it there. Okay. So on this one, I do not, I don't feel the need to double stitch to stabilize this one, because technically this would be too hard to try to figure out where, how to double it and how to get everything to line up just right again to do a double. Now, if I was doing, a lot of times when you are doing a machine that is not a native zigzagger with a buttonhole, it might be better to do that on those machines. But with this being already a zigzag stitch, you really don't need to. Now, if I was using like a vintage buttonholer on a on a vintage machine, I would double it or triple it. So that's how that works for me. Okay. So go back to 1. Hey Jen, how are you? And literally, just like that, 3 buttonholes done. Ain't that neat? Like, it's almost quicker than some of our modern machine buttonholes, which I just find amazing. And I mean, they're nice buttonholes, and they will be good for what we need them for. So, literally, that's all you need buttonholes for. And you're only doing them in your, well, actually, I am going to have to redo, I probably will have to redo this one because this needs to go through all the pieces. Really only needed the buttonholes, these 2 buttonholes in the main, like, facing piece. But that's okay. I can redo that. That's not a problem. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start putting together our waistband, starting by taking our 2 center back pieces. We're going to start sewing those together first at 5/8 of an inch. I just changed the machine back over to straight stitch from zigzag, because you got to make sure you do that. Put this back on. Okay, it's not that bad. There you go. So double stabilizer, you mean like putting 2 layers of stabilizer? Because I thought you just meant double stitching. Now, this is stabilized, and sometimes I will use a tearaway underneath the buttonhole if need be. But I usually find that only happens in like modern machines. I don't really need to do a lot of that in a lot of like my vintage ones. All right. And what's also good, so like, you know, especially with me not being right next to my iron, if I wanted to give this a quick press, I have this, which is my seam roller. So I can go ahead and press this open, give this a nice roll, and at least it will do for right now. Okay. So now my next piece goes dot to dot, or notch to notch, my bad. And we will pin this on, and then we're going to pin on the other side as well. Looking for my notch, notch, notch. Okay. And then once I sew this on, I'm going to press this, and then I'm going to open up my buttonholes with a buttonhole chisel. Okay. And then we're going to do the same for the other piece. Yes, I am. I don't know how. At least I can see my sticker, but it's not showing on my main screen. Let me see what's going on. Can you still see my sticker? Oh, maybe not. Let's try it again. Done. Okay, there it is. Sticker. All right. So my all of these are sewn together. I will go and give this a press in a second. We're going to do the same to the back piece. Oh, we're doing these. So it has like a built-in belt with buckle and stuff like that. Okay. So this is, what side is this? This is left. Okay. Let's put these together first. So what y'all up to right now, besides watching me? And I appreciate all my watchers. We almost there though. Oh, you're packing. Very cool. Ms. Nikki, you're sewing? Yes, come on, sewing peoples. We sewings today. All right, I got one more piece. Cutting fabric for scrunchies. Very cool. Oh, bling and sneakers. That sounds fun. Oh, school shopping, Jesus. My condolences for your wallet more than anything, because nothing is cheap nowadays. I tell you that much. But again, I'm not the target market for children, so that ain't something I know about. Mimi joggers and a poncho. Very cool. Very cool. All right. So we went ahead and I went ahead and sewed together my inside lining of my waistband as well as my interface one. I'm about to go and press all these seams open, and then we will start with the task of putting it all together. Which actually, that's pretty simple. I like doing waistbands. They're fun. And then redo that buttonhole for the main thing. Don't y'all forget to remind me to open up these buttonholes before I go this far. I will tell you that, because I'm going to cuss all of y'all out. If y'all tell me to open up these buttonholes for this belt first, I'm gonna be mad at y'all like you ain't, like your mama told you to take out the chicken for thawing and you ain't take out the chicken. I'm just saying. Okay. So waistbands, let's open these up. I need to find my, I don't know where my seam roll went. It's around here somewhere, but we'll use my ham, because adding that little extra bit of lift and that curve allows you to really get your seam flat. I could also use my sleeve board, but I like having the curve here. It gives it something that it can really roll around. I'm also still using my silk organza press cloth. Just going down the way, opening up the seams. There you go. Cool. That's one done. Let's open up the other one. Right, so I'm about to go ahead and use my buttonhole chisel, and I'm going to open these up real fast. There we go. Okay, so to do that, I get out one of my magazines. Buttonhole chisel. Where is my mallet? Mallets are important in your sewing room. If you didn't know, now you do. Sometimes you need a hammer or a mallet. Some to actually, to use in a project. Sometimes you just gotta beat something. Sometimes you just got that inner aggression you gotta let go. There it is. Mallet. I do like the rubber edge mallets, just so that you don't mess anything up. Take our buttonhole chisel right now. Buttonhole opened. If you didn't, look, I'm trying to let y'all know. If you ain't know before. Thank you so much for the earth. Greatly appreciated. Here we go. Oop. Reason I also like buttonhole chisels is because it just allows for you to get close into that stitching without messing it up, and it leaves just for a nice clean buttonhole. You gotta look. Harbor Freight is also a sewing store. If they ain't know, sometimes you gotta knock it out. You need a tools. Yes, I keep some tools, screwdrivers, socket wrenches, and hammers and everything like that. Sometimes it's needed. You gotta crush beads. You gotta hammer seams. Sometimes some of these things are vitally important. All right, so now I'm about to pin this interface waistband to the pants themselves. We're going to match up our seams and our notches. Oh, absolutely. Costuming is like construction. I can only imagine. I've thought about going back to school. Because I started school for fashion design when I started college. We ain't last. But a quarter. And I thought about going back to say I finished the degree in costume design. I was looking at Rhode Island School of Fashion or School of Design had a program, the Art University or Art Academy or it wasn't Art Institute. It's like a university. It's like in San Francisco. They had some fashion design and costuming design programs. Just because, I'm a working professional, so I got to work with my schedule. That's important, Bills still got to get paid. Because they don't let you go to school for free. Even though I'm about to, I stopped to take pics. I went down ain't nothing wrong with it. Double take when, oh yeah, you do. You build costumes. Absolutely. Wholeheartedly agree with that. So we're just matching up our notches and going all the way around. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. My bad. That was just rude of me. I use a mallet to press down the hem and pop. Yes, absolutely. My mallet is vitally important. Usually when it's not in use, it's up on my wall in front of my iron. So we're just making sure we're meeting all the edges. A buttonhole chisel. So it looks like a small chisel. It's very thin. That blade fits perfectly within the buttonhole so that it's not cutting the buttonhole open. So all those zigzag stitches that are now looping around the internal fabric, you can get right in the center of that, hammer it down, and it just slices open the fabric. So you can get them online, or not Joann's. Just get it online. That's the easier place to find them. There it is. I'm like, where is? I have two. What is this one? I think this is the one I want. Okay. Okay. There we go. And this waistband does have a bit of a shape to it, which is nice. A lot of times you do not see a lot of shaped waistbands straight out the pack. So this is really a nice feature to have. So So I've been sewing since 2016. Okay. All right. So now that my waistband is all on and in place, what I'm about to go ahead and do is sew this up. Remember, you might be close to your zipper edge or anything like that, so take your time. Nothing's wrong with it, taking a little bit of time to make sure your stuff is right. Okay? Don't be afraid to, there you go, to slowly like roll your machine until you get over your oh, thank you so much. I try. Yeah, it's my passion, so I do spend a lot of time on it. A lot of times doing things that are somewhat right, sometimes doing things that are wrong, but you know, it all leads to practice and learning. Yes, please, slow. Don't be afraid to take your time over seams and over, especially as there are pieces of that zipper. So yeah, just take your time. Ain't no reason to rush. There you go. You ain't in a personal episode of Project Runway that you got a time on your back. Thank you so much. This is my Morse Fotomatic 4300. No, wrong. It just makes things more wrong. But you know, sometimes the right is for you to learn. That's actually not a bad idea. Just because usually that's how I pin it. So I pinned it from the centers out. So that I'm not really worried about it not matching up. So normally I do that. I do this starting at the center and working my way out in pinning, but I usually don't do it in sewing. So there we go. Just want to make sure my pocket is flat. Make sure we're getting all the lumps and bumps out. So there we go. As we're coming up to our seam lines, we are going to take our time. We are making sure our seams still match. Now, no, and you got to make sure you're looking at the top because your seam might not match down here in this area, but it will match up here. And then as we go, I don't sew over pins. Let's put it that way. So I'm removing pins as I go. That is my own thing, especially with my vintage machines. Like, you know, I just want to treat them well. And, you know, I always made sure to try to stay away from pins as I'm sewing. Or, like, I usually put my pins further down in my project. Drop my needle. So I don't have no issues with pins. But, you know, especially with my vintage ones, I don't want to hit pins if I can help it. Again, just taking my time, making sure that all my stuff lines up. That's why it can be very beneficial to do like hand exercises and stretches to make sure, like, you know, we kind of start doing some yoga and some contortionist with fingers as we sew. So make sure that you are taking time to really give your hands some care as need be, so that we can continue to sew far beyond our ages now, without arthritis, without pain, because I know my hands be hurting. And I'm using my nail and kind of scratching that up just to make sure that everything is lining up. My fabric. I suggest to base. Basting is, yeah, that is definitely a good idea. Makes things a lot easier when you're willing to base, and it's just a good practice, and especially, you know, that's what professionals do. They base. Just base, especially with this, basting is sometimes not easy to do while on a live and you're starting a garment start to finish. Just out of sake of time, like literally the only thing I did today, like everything was serged essentially, but nothing was put together beyond that. Beyond the serging, everything has been done since we started at 3. Hey, how are you, Darrell? Hope you're well. Now we are coming back over towards the zipper, and oh, it is a work groove, but it's also what's it called? Back pain. Oh, definitely make sure you're getting your rest, getting your stretches in as you need to, because back pain ain't no fun, you know. So yeah, I just went and went over my zipper piece, just to make sure that I don't break a needle. But yeah, what type of chair do you use, Darrell? Because I know, don't you use like a dining room table to sew at? Sometimes, you know, maybe look at replacing the chair, making sure you have a pad under your chair. That definitely can help. I think that's why I work down here when I'm working from home a lot, just so that I can cater to my back a little bit more. All right. So then we're just going to take it up, check it out, make sure everything is looking pretty cool. All right. So now that we have finished putting on this part of the waistband, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this over and I'm going to press my seams up in towards the waistband. But honestly, what we're about to also do is we're going to take this piece, just a regular chair. I need a better chair. Yeah, that definitely does help. So I'm also going to take this piece over and I'm going to press up at least 3/8 of an inch so that I can when I put this on together, I can do all the way around and then go ahead and stitch in the ditch to close it off. And what I'm about to do too, let me see what that said. Okay. So the biggest thing I was worried about is like with the zipper is making sure that I didn't get caught up in the metal piece and I can see the metal piece right here. So I'm literally going to take my little scissors and I'm cutting that little piece out. I don't want to jack up my machine or my needle. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Perfect. Hopefully that will stay. I wonder why they did that on that side and not on that side. Let me see something. Regular chair. Okay. It should be okay. So I'm noticing my zipper is coming up just a tad bit at the noticing my zipper is coming up just a tad bit at the, like it took off the edge. So I'm about to go in here and I just want to tack this down. Just the zipper. Right at the seam. It's literally right in the seam allowance. We're going to try this. And we're going to just do this by hand. There we go. Oop, nope. Okay, thank you. Just a few little stitches. There we go. Just so I make sure that my zipper don't fly off, because I've had that happen and it sucks. There you go. Okay. So we're about to press this up, and I'm going to press in my waistband at the bottom edge so I can put this all together, and then we will I'll show you what they look like. I'll put in my I won't put it on the button, but I'll at least put in the most of the cording once I put in the waistband, and then we should be good. We should be done. Yep, I opened it. Thank you. We got it. The buttonhole that I need to open, I needed to open were the ones for the belt loops. I'm gonna have to go back and redo the one for the main button of the pants, because I was supposed to put that through both layers and not through one layer. But yeah, we got it. Thank you. You get a gold star because you ain't getting custom help. And the seam that you really want to make sure matches up, especially in this, I try to make sure that my back seam is what really matches. Right, almost there. Okay, so these are all pressed up. Now, what I'm about to do is I'm about to work on the other band. The band that goes on the inside is the facing. Real fast. I just have to, this same piece, I need to take the notched edge. I need to make sure that I'm pressing that in by at least 3/8 of an inch. And this is why I keep seam gauges right here at my iron. They are important. Because when it comes to like certain sizing, I like to make sure that I'm accurate. Ooh, there we go. Ear. And this is the inner waistband, so sometimes my pressing ain't always perfect, but I just need to make sure that I have enough that I can catch when I do a understitch, that I can catch everything I need to catch. You gotta be careful with these type of irons too, because they will burn the shit out of you. But they're the best. I like, you know, I will spend money for something that works, but I'd rather it work well and don't have too much going on. Like I need good steam, but I don't need it to blow me away. It's not necessary. I'd rather have good heat that stays even and stays hot. There we go. All right. So this is a Naomoto, Naomoto iron. This is a vintage one, so this is the HYS 500. But yeah, I like it. I bought it off of, it is gravity feed, yes. But it's like just an older gravity feed with, I got nostalgic and wanted a iron with a wooden handle. It still gets hot. I still, you know, it's temperature control. Like I control the temperature and everything like that. But yeah, it's just a really nice iron. All right. Okay. About to drop one and y'all down. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we have done that. I know. Ain't that weird? Me nostalgic? Liking old stuff? Who would have thunk? It's funny. I was thinking about getting a new car, and of course, I'm trying to, you know, balance practicality with fun, which is not fun to do. Because Lord knows I wanted like a Mini or a Fiat Knowing that those ain't always the most reliable. Like I don't want a car that I gotta, when I get it shocked, it's gonna be $14,000 or something, you know, something crazy. But then I thought about it. I think I want a station wagon just to be different. I like, especially when it comes to cars. I don't want something everybody else got. So like a Volvo station wagon. Actually, my dream would be a Mercedes station wagon. My aunt used to have one. A white, old school, like 1980 station wagon. It's funny, her daily driver right now is like an 83 Mercedes. Like she loves Mercedes. She loves the big body, old school Mercedes. Hey, Joy. But so I was looking at but Mercedes station wagons are rare and expensive. I'm not, I want to look bougie. I don't want to be bougie and pay bougie car prices. So, also I was thinking like a Volkswagen station wagon. Oh, I love a Volvo station wagon. Like a V90 with the sunroof. Hello, Carol. Welcome. But yeah, right now my car is working, and we're gonna ride it a little longer. Got 150,000 miles on it, but we are working. I'm getting my money's worth. I drove it off the lot with, I think it was two miles on it. So we gonna ride it. Ride that sucker. You hear me? All right. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and pinned on my my facing to the top, making sure that my seams match. It's a little loose because this side does not have the interfacing, so there's going to be just some finagling, making sure everything is together there. I will then, before I end, I will underseam it, understitch it. My bad. Understitch. Before we go on to stitching it in the ditch at the bottom. And then I will put in my cord and we should be good. So it's 8 o'clock. Okay. I don't know if he had a Volvo station wagon. I know he had a station wagon. But yeah. Just, the idea of a station wagon, I don't know why. It just appeals. It just appeals to me. So what we gonna do here? I'm trying to think. So I interfaced the main waistband. This is the inner waistband facing. So this is so the waistband is here. So the main waistband is right here. This is interfaced. This piece, which is going to be on the inside of the waistband, that's not interfaced. So what I'm doing is this. I want it to end right at that front, like that. Look, I like that. Look, them old school ones, they were tanks, but even these new ones, they nice. It's it's gonna give you, it's gonna make you feel like you in a SUV, while not, And most of them are 4-wheel drive. I'm like, let me get one of these, even a Subaru, even though there's a connotation of having a Subaru, but I don't care. I like to have a car that nobody else has. That is my goal. And you don't see a lot of people, well, let's be real, you don't see a lot of black people with Subarus. No, Amber has one, but she's also in Arizona, New Mexico, Arizona, I think. Is she in Arizona or Colorado or New Mexico? They're just neat. So now I'm just lining it up as I'm sewing and keep on going. A lot of times, a lot of lesbians have Subarus. So, and you know, I'm gay, not a lesbian though. But yeah, you don't see, also you just don't see a lot of black people with those. Oh, when I tell you, Subaru is so much on my list right now. Even a Forester, because the Forester has a sunroof I like. But we test drove, like my partner had a rental that was a Subaru. It was an Outback. I was like, oh, this is nice. I liked it. He just bought a new, like, so I'm not buying a car. I'm not in the market for a car. He just bought a car. We can't do that. We cannot have two people with well, he doesn't have a car note, but still. I don't want to have a car note again. So look, I'm telling you, them Subarus, I'm loving them. My biggest thing, as long as it has a sunroof, like that is my main criteria in any car I get, is a sunroof. Does not have a sunroof. Like if you've seen any of my videos, a lot of my videos are in my car. I spend so much time in my car. Really? The hood dude's got, Lord, I would have never guessed. That's interesting. Well, let me put it this way. That Subaru idea ain't made its way down to Cincinnati yet, okay? Would have never guessed. Do I follow you? They not cheap. They're not cheap at all. And with you being in Cleveland, do you know Nikki? Because she's up there. You might have a sewing friend right in your backyard. I think I just followed you from my backup page. I can't check to see if I follow you from this page, but I will in a second. Oh, good. Good. Well, then, look. So, Hustle and Sew. Nikki, Hustle and Sew is in Cleveland as well. They do have all-wheel drive. And, you know, I don't like snow. See, honestly, I don't really like to drive at all. I had a car accident when, like, I hit something. I hit a parked car when I was learning how to drive and did not end up getting my license until I was 20. I was in college, 22 maybe. And then still did not drive until I was forced to. I got my car. Like the first car I got was basically the first time I started driving full time is when I got my first job at Planned Parenthood. So, see, I can't do Florida. Florida done jumped the shark for me right now. You know, they not what I need in my life. But Florida also gets muggy. I can't do that. Mm-mm. There we go. So again, I'm taking my time with this waistband. There's probably gonna be some puckers in it, just because this facing is linen and has a little bit of a stretch to it. So we are just taking our time as we are putting this in, trying to keep more than anything, keep our seams matched. There is ocean breezes. I can go someplace else for that. I can go to North Carolina for ocean breezes. Yeah. I'm at the point now, if I ain't even got to visit Florida, I ain't gonna visit Florida right now. I'm waiting. Even though there's some amazing dealers in Florida, like last year I did some No, this is not a straight stitch machine only. It has zigzag. Earlier, they saw me do a buttonhole on it. But sometimes you just gotta show people what you can do with a vintage machine. So but yeah, I'll wait till y'all get new leadership. And then I'll pray on coming again. Absolutely. Praying for y'all daily, honestly. Because it's a lot. It's a lot. But yeah, I just don't feel it's safe for me there right now. Yes, if you're in Ohio, please go and vote this weekend. Or go and vote by Tuesday. We have that special election here. Please vote no for issue 1. If you want your vote to ever count in life again. Let's be real. So if you are in Ohio, please vote no for issue 1. And also, please make sure you register to vote. Because yes, please vote no. Because we too grown and the world is too crazy not to be registered for our voice to count. And I understand people have reasons not to go vote. They don't like the issues or anything like that. But please, go vote. Make sure your voice is heard. But also, too, don't be one of them people that lets their votes go 2 ways. You hear what I'm saying? Because a lot of people be on the ballot. Wasting time. We are all right. How are you? So make sure, oops, I forgot to put my thing back down. There you go. It's not helping that I'm literally my pedal done went backwards on me again. There we go. All right. So what I'm about to do is, oh yeah, the local issues, let's be real. The local issues are more important than anything else. That's what really affects you on a day-to-day basis. Look, you better get to doing them AIs. They making money. But yeah, just make sure, learn of the issues. League of Women Voters every year puts out information on your local elections. Please make sure that if you have questions or anything like that, start there. That's a good place to check every year. In most places, but it is important to vote. That's the one thing I commemorate. As soon as I was able to vote, I've been voting. I don't miss elections, and especially if I would rather miss I'd rather miss a presidential election than my local elections, because my local elections are what matters. And I'm not even in a major city. I'm outside of a city. But still, I remember they were trying to get a new, put a levy for a new emergency services. It was going to raise my taxes where I was going to have to pay another extra $1,000 per year. This is why it's important to make sure you know your local stuff. Because that's what's going to hurt, and that's what's going to hit more than anything else. So yes. Let's see, does it call for you to understitch this? Because normally I would, but in the interest of time, I might go back in later and do that. But I never thought the local elections were that important. Yes, they are vitally important. I learned that very early on. Especially those council members and stuff like that in your areas. Like, you know, so much you want to know what's going on. You want to know, you need to know about your election process and how your money is being used and who's in control. Like, so even if, let's say that you don't want to know about your city, a lot of times there are neighborhood councils and stuff like that that are making, if you don't like how like street traffic and landscape are happening and stuff like that, that's where things are happening on a daily basis. So make sure you know. And you can know when people are doing some crazy stuff when they don't want people to come to the meetings. So, just saying. All right. So we're about to press this again. Then I will stitch in the ditch to attach it. That was new. So what happened was that I accidentally hit the ceiling with my mount. And it made my thing go off. Luckily, just put y'all on pause, cause I can see I'm still on. Okay. But let me iron this real fast, and then we'll keep on going. Thank you so much. We are almost there. Almost done. So if you are doing a very like linen-like material, one thing I would suggest is choosing like a stiffer, a more structured cotton or something like that for your Facebook line or for your waistband lining. Because this waistband is curved, it's going to allow for less puckering, and as you're sewing it in, because it is on a biased. So it can lead to stretching out and stuff like that. But now, no, we making it work because I'm a G. But when I think of making sure I want stuff to lay flat, nice and stuff like that, I would choose a different fabric for my waistband next time. One thing I do know is from making these, I do want to try the pants. So, not right now, but I think I would definitely give the pants a try as well. And overall, if I was like not doing this, the undercollar in my, oh yeah, I bet. What did you use? Did you just use the chiffon, or because I was even thinking like a piece of cotton organdy or something like that for a bit of stretch, especially for a collar, could be helpful. Now, let's do all of my understitching. Buy a chiffon. Yes, it does. Yeah, I would have used a black like cotton, or yeah, definitely a cotton. Even if it was just as simple as a cotton lawn or something like that, could have definitely helped that. So now what I'm doing is I'm just gonna make sure that I'm able to get into, I will get my ditch from the front side and get all of this in there. There you go. Putting in pins along the way. Make sure I am pressing this all the way up. So what happened here? What is this? What's going on? Okay. Or did you hand sew, like especially with that chiffon, did you hand sew? Because that also could have helped as well. You know, people, I'm also one. You're not gonna see me do a lot of hand sewing if I don't have to. But sometimes that's what's gonna give you the best job, is to hand sew something. Oh yeah, sweat stains. Well, that's if you did black, that could be helpful. Or even just like a viscose or something like that could have helped. But even just like I keep organdy and stuff like that for those type of reasons. But yeah, you can hide a multitude of sins with hand sewing. That sometimes, yeah, usually I do like that. I like to use different colors in different places and stuff like that. But you know, I bought this fabric. And I decided we'll just make them all in this fabric, just kind of following the instructions. But you know, once you've played with it once, gives you a chance to decide what else you want to change. Oh yeah, pit pads definitely will help. Or you know, making sure that you are when you're taking off garments, using the proper, like even just some vodka in the armpits and stuff can help. You know, sometimes, especially, or even if you're doing like a lot of working out, a little vodka in your clothing can be such a godsend. So what I'm noticing is that this is going to be a thick seam, so it's going to have to go through a lot of fabric. So I'm going to use a makeshift hump jumper. So a hump jumper is literally when you're trying to get over the hump of a seam. Usually what I do is I like to keep save the price. I'll tell you. I like to keep boxes of needles and stuff like this so I can put it behind the foot of my machine as it's going over that hump. So that it's not going to have like that place in the seam where it looks like it really did just try to do a lot. Okay? There you go. Start with the reverse first. There you go. Now, done that, at least to get us started, and we're just gonna keep this right there. So it helps you, it's almost like it's a mechanical leader. And I am, at least until I get past, there we go. Once I get past that, get past my seam again. Then I'm going to now use my hand on this side just to make sure I can feel that my waistband is going to be caught. So sometimes, you know, you might just need to futz with it a little bit. Make sure that there's enough that you're catching your waistband. And I'm just doing like a by hand, by eye stitch in the ditch. If you do not feel comfortable with that, they do make blind hem as well as stitch in the ditch or edge stitching feet that can help in this process. So it's one of those things. Do not be afraid to use the tools that are made for these type of projects, especially machine feet. A lot of times we don't use all the machine feet that we get, but some of those special ones can show enough help. There you go. Oh, and Rachel, I did not catch, what is the skill test that you are studying for? I saw you talking about it, but I didn't see that part of it. We are almost there. Oh, ooh, that's great. Congratulations. That was another degree program I thought about going to get. I thought about going basically to go get a PhD in home ec. Yeah. Because I said, if I'm going back to school, I always want to be Dr. Collins. And I would love to study, or even fashion history, but I want to sew more and do more activity. So, but you know, there's no places really here. Hey, Miss Carol, how are you? That you can get, like, that does home ec anymore. It's funny. I wanted to take home ec class when I was in high school. My high school still had a home ec room, and yeah, they basically said no. I was in too many AP classes. The only black kid in AP, like in basically the whole AP program. So yeah, I wasn't allowed, which sucked. Okay. We are almost there, and then I'm about to put in this. We're going to throw in this cord, and we're going to take a look at these pants. I'll tell you that much. And then I will finish up the hem and some other finishings later. I mean, luckily it's not connected to your name, so you should be okay. Come on, Scrummy Yummy. But you know how we do. And this is, you know, people just need to know that you don't need a fancy machine to do a project. So sometimes you got to pull out Old Faithful to get stuff done. Okay, make sure I caught everything. I did. All right, so let me find my bodkin, and we'll start putting this cord in. Where is the bodkin? Actually, I'll turn that off for the moment. Well, if we don't find out, well, let me find my safety pin. How about that? There we go. Just grab my safety pin. Oh, I have many fancy machines. And you know, I'm not getting rid of my fancy ones. Just sometimes you gotta use vintage. I started on vintage. So vintage will always be my first love. But I like having the fanciness as well. But yeah. You can have both. That's how I feel about it. And sometimes there are certain things that my fancy machines just don't do as well as some of my vintage ones do. So you can smell the metal and oil. It smells nice. So I'm now just working my way through. And I have another one. Carol, you wasn't here when I talked about. I do have another vintage coming. It's a 70s Vigarelli that I plan to make my Frocktails outfit on. And of course, you know, I'll be documenting. I'm trying to tell you some of these vintage ones. So which Necky do you have? Like, is it a Supernova? Is it a Supernova Ultra? Which one is it? I'm curious. All right, let me make sure that I did that, but I want to make sure this does not get all tangled. Let's make sure that that does not happen. Way better to feel the tangle in it. Tangle, tangle, tangle. Something like that. All right, let me get the. Oh, Lydia. Okay. So yeah, I'm very particular. I want that Supernova. Maybe is it supposed to go in this way? Let me see. All right. Now I still got to figure out how to put this in correctly. This ain't gonna be it. Nope, that ain't it. Let me see. Is it? So you should see that. Okay, so it should go like this. This don't feel like it's enough though. No, that ain't it. Oh, that's what it should do. Let's try this way. So this way. So this way. Is that it? Honey, it's about to be it for the moment. How about that? Nothing is. All right. So what I'm about to do is I'm about to. One side will be pinned, just so that we can try this on and see what this looks like. So I'm about to turn my camera around so that y'all don't even see me in the mirror. I'll try these on and then we'll see what it looks like. Actually, I'll turn you this way so you can at least see a machine. Talk amongst yourselves. Act like you playing Jeopardy music. Oh, child. About fail. All right. Well, there was nothing to see yet. There we go. That's all y'all was seeing was my overlocker while I was oh, Jesus. Oh, shit. Hold on. Ooh. I killed myself. Hold on. Which one do I need to raise up? There we go. All right, y'all ready? This way. Close this door more. There we go. So again, I don't have a button on it yet. Let me get my safety key. I'm seeing all of my stomach, but oh well. Okay. So that will have a buckle, and then you have this. And this on here. So these are what these look like, and then of course there's about 1 inch and 3/8 of a hem, so they're shorter. Back pockets. Thank you all. Overall, so the hem is left. I just need to put the button on and finish attaching the parachute thing. I don't think I got that right, but and trim this and fix that up. But that's it. That's all that's left. And this again is a linen from Joann's. That is really nice and comfortable. So this is the pattern. I did view B. So of course they will be shorter at the leg. This version, you basically make this first, and then you add zippers to the bottom to attach the legs to. All right, so can somebody take some pictures for me? If somebody can take some pictures, and then we out. Thank you all so much for joining us, and let me stand on back so y'all can see this. Okay. Okay. All right. You gotta get the back because the pockets are nice. Hold on. Let's give them a length check too. There you go. All right. If y'all ain't get the back, I got some of the back. All right. So these are really nice. Like, these are a really nice base pattern. If you wanted something a little bit dressed up compared to some of the other pants that we have made, I like the back. All 47 of you, y'all hung in there. Thank you so much. Again, we have sew alongs happening all week long through the Black Sewing Network. we're family, so everybody's welcome, including our allies and accomplices in this journey, just to spread Black joy through creativity and sewing. So please like this. Please go to my page, like my page, all that good stuff. But I hope you have a wonderful week. I pray that you have prosperity, productivity, joy, and creativity. That's it, y'all. Until next time, have a good evening, and we'll talk soon, because we're about to start on this frocktails look, and it's about to be cute. Till next time, y'all. Good night, y'all.